Chapter 2792. Yes, 3 young people could break the rules of the imperial court as they wished. Keep your voice down. They are godlike existences now. Don't provoke these ancient creatures. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An older generation figure warned. Sure enough, wherever the 3 silver lightning race experts passed, the human cultivators all retreated. They didn't even dare to get close to them. This scene made the 3 silver lightning race geniuses very satisfied. What they wanted was this kind of respect. I wonder what the 3 of you are here for? An elder of the imperial family walked over and wanted to invite the 3 silver lightning race experts into the imperial palace. There's nothing else. We're just here to challenge a person. To be more precise, we want to teach a person a lesson. Teach a person a lesson? Who dared to provoke the experts of the Silver Lightning clan? Who was so reckless? Could it be that kid? They remembered the previous rumor that the Silver Lightning race's envoy was beaten out by Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. That's right, their guess was right. A Silver Lightning race heavenly genius spoke. Precisely Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. Spread the news to the world. Say that we're waiting for him in the imperial capital. Tell him to wash his neck clean and come here to die. Since he dares to provoke us, he's dead meat. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. They're actually going to attack Lin Xian. Heavens, this is truly a shocking piece of news. Lin Xian is not only the master of Immortal Palace, but also the Central Emperor. He's one of the 5 great titled geniuses of the human race. There aren't many geniuses in the human race who dare to challenge him. They didn't expect that the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races would actually attack him. Do you think that Lin Xian can withstand it? I don't know. It's rumored that the 10,000 ancient races are very terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian is one of the top 5 geniuses. How can he lose? Discussions sounded one after another. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They knew about Lin Xian's strength. In the younger generation, there weren't many people who were his match. However, they hadn't seen these geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races in action, but they knew about it from the legends. How terrifying were these 10,000 ancient races? Therefore, if the 2 sides really fought, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, there were also people who were unconvinced. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. Although the 10,000 ancient races are strong, in terms of individual strength, you're no match for God Lin Xian. That's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. How can you compare to one of the top geniuses of the human race? You are just relying on the fact that you have survived since ancient times and have ancestors in your family. Many people muttered softly. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of the 3 silver lightning races' sky prides. Rely on our family? Are we inferior to that human brat? What a joke. The 3 silver lightning clan experts were enraged. How can ants like you understand our strength and power? Whoever wants to die can come and try. Let's see if we are strong or not. The 3 of them stood there like fiend gods. Lightning constantly surged from their bodies, turning into lightning beasts that roared in all directions. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to experience just how powerful the legendary 10,000 ancient races are. A young man walked out from the crowd. It was him, Emo Tianyi. He was also a sky pride. Yes, he was a genius of the Emo family, and he was very powerful. It was said that he had the combat strength of a saint, and it was said that he admired Lin Xian very much. He especially admired Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It seemed that this time he was going to make a move. Everyone retreated, but at the same time they were nervous and expectant. If a saint-level sky pride were to fight against the ancient creatures, they would definitely be able to detect the strength of these ancient creatures. After all, the saint level was still the top level among the younger generation. In front, The three silver lightning races sky prides looked at the young man who walked out with disdain in their eyes. "You're the one who wants to challenge us?" "That's right. It's me." Mo Tianyi snorted coldly, and a golden light rushed out of his body, turning into golden giants that roared beside him. "You're courting death. Great, I'll play with you." In front, one of the silver lightning races sky prides walked out and looked at the other party. "Use your strongest attack, or you won't have a chance. You'll see." Mo Tianyi snorted coldly. "Divine Radiance Palm." He made a move. He struck out with his palm, and the golden palm was like a Buddha covering the sky and earth. The void instantly collapsed. "You're overestimating yourself. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon?" In front, the silver lightning races sky pride sneered and threw out a punch. Silver lightning jumped on his body, wrapped around his fist, and rushed forward. This silver fist was even more ferocious and domineering, and it carried a supreme aura. Boom, boom. The two collided, and a bright light burst out. Waves of energy swept in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the divine radiance palm, and then it shattered. What a terrifying power of lightning! Even the divine radiance palm couldn't resist it. It was too terrifying. The divine radiance palm was an extremely terrifying power of the light element, and it was said to be able to shatter everything. However, at this moment, it couldn't contend with the other party at all. Damn it! Mo Tianyi's expression also changed. He felt a violent power surging toward him. It was as if it was going to devour him and tear his body apart. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He was already a saint prodigy. However, the other party's casual punch had caused him a fatal crisis. Scram! He roared, and his body was like a golden stream of light as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden giants on both sides blocked in front of him and attacked. Roar! The two light giants were indomitable like immortal kings. However, the silver lightning races sky pride sneered. With a furious roar, the lightning fist exploded. It instantly blasted the two light giants away. This energy also blasted Mo Tianyi, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred black, and the lightning had pierced through his body. Not only that, but his entire body was numb, and he couldn't use any power. This lightning was too frightening. Mo Tianyi didn't attack again. His body was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. "Trash, you're trash. You can't even block one of my punches." The silver lightning races sky pride sneered, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was that true? A saint prodigy couldn't block the other party's punch? The Silver Lightning Clan was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the Silver Lightning race wasn't even a primordial royal race. Then, how terrifying were the sky prides of the primordial royal race? Above the primordial royal race was the primordial royal race. Could it be that the primordial races were so much more powerful than humans? At this moment, many people's faces were filled with despair. "You're just a bunch of ants. You were already our slaves. However, we were in a deep sleep which gave you humans a chance." Chapter 2793. After defeating Mo Tianyi, the voice of the Silver Lightning Race's prodigy sounded again, full of mockery and arrogance. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators trembled and clenched their fists. Many of the older generation experts were also gnashing their teeth. However, without exception, none of them dared to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The other party's identity was too terrifying, and there were countless powerful races behind him. If they made a move, it would be declaring war on the 10,000 ancient races. Therefore, they could only gnash their teeth and stare at the other party. "You ants, hurry up and inform Lin Xian to come over and die." With that, the three Silver Lightning Race's prodigies walked toward toward the palace. The news spread like a hurricane. When everyone learned that the Silver Lightning Race's prodigies were so terrifying, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian making a move. They really hoped that god Lin Xian would make a move. It would be best if he could kill these ancient creatures in one move. Yes, the other prodigies didn't dare to make a move at all. Perhaps only god Lin Xian would dare to make a move. Yes, the Yi family and the Gu family were all silent. Only the central emperor Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of these 10,000 ancient races. Cries of surprise resounded in the true spirit world. Lin Xian naturally received the news as well. He frowned. 3 Silver Lightning Race's prodigies were waiting for him in the Divine Wind Imperial capital. They wanted to fight him? Where did this group of people get their confidence from? They even dared to fight him? He asked in a deep voice. It couldn't be an ambush, right? He wanted to see if there were any Silver Lightning Race's prodigies lying in ambush there. Lin Xian suspected that this was a trap for him, but very soon the news spread. Reporting to the palace master, there was no ambush. Only the 3 Silver Lightning Race's prodigies had arrived. At that time, it caused quite a commotion in the imperial capital. The Immortal Palace's cultivator quickly told Lin Xian what had happened in the imperial capital that day. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. So powerful? They didn't even put the Divine Wind Imperial capital in their eyes. These Silver Lightning Race's people were really courting death. However, when he heard that the Divine Wind Dynasty did not do anything to the people from the Silver Lightning clan, he started to frown. And when he learned that the other easily defeated a prodigy at the saint level, Lin Xian's prodigies, he narrowed his eyes. Currently, the strength of an ordinary saint was equivalent to a late-stage 8-star. A little more, they were at the peak of prodigies. As for the top saints, they were equivalent to ordinary invincible kings. For example, Lin Xian was able to kill early 9-star invincible kings. Now, after being nourished by the dragon energy in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul have improved once again. Therefore, he was now equivalent to mid-9-star invincible king tier in Lin S. No matter what stage he reached, Lin Xian was very confident in his trump cards. He didn't think that these Silver Lightning Race's people could defeat him. Since they're courting death, I'll fulfill their wish. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to head to the Divine Wind Imperial capital. The dark red divine dragon followed him. Of course, there was also a guardian in the dark, Xiao Wu. Ruffian Dragon activated the teleportation platform and directly teleported. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time. The dark red divine dragon set up a teleportation platform and tore through the void. The 2 of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a mountain range. The dark red divine dragon looked around, then pointed ahead and said, in another 20 to 30,000 miles, they should be able to reach the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 2 of them quickly flew forward. In the Divine Wind Imperial capital, more and more cultivators gathered here. The reason for that was because they knew that a world-shaking battle was about to erupt here. Many powerhouses and geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects also rushed over, ready to watch the battle. The crowd even found that there were a few Archean creatures among them. Damn it, Archean creatures of other races are here. This scene caused them to be extremely shocked. Of course, these Archean creatures were also invited away by the elders of the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Which race are these Archean creatures from? They're so powerful. They're not weaker than the Silver Lightning race. Let's not talk about them. Why hasn't Lin Xian arrived yet? Perhaps he hasn't received the news yet. Or perhaps he's on his way here. Of course, among them, the people of the Tuoba family, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Five Elements Palace sneered. Humph, I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Don't judge Lin Xian with the thoughts of trash like you. Lin Xian's supporters sneered and retorted, that's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor, and he just defeated the Silver Lightning Race's powerhouse. Why wouldn't he dare? You're the ones who don't dare to say anything. A saint's genius doesn't even dare to fart in front of these Archean creatures. Sneers and mockeries sounded one after another. The geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects gritted their teeth and were about to vomit blood. Buzz, the arrogant voice of the Silver Lightning Race, came from the palace again. Is Lin Xian here yet? If he is, tell him to get over here. I can kill him with one slap. The voice was like thunder, turning into an endless sea of thunder in the sky, forming thunderclouds that floated in the sky. These people were so suppressed that they couldn't breathe. It was too terrifying. They were in the palace, but they caused such a terrifying impact in the outside world. These three Silver Lightning Race's geniuses were really terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, and the Tuoba family laughed. That was because they felt that these three Silver Lightning Race's powerhouses might really be able to kill Lin Xian. Half a day later, there was a sudden commotion at the gates of the imperial capital. Screams and exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian is here. What? The Central Emperor Lin Xian is here? The cultivators in the city also received the news and moved out one after another. In an instant, the streets, the sky, and all kinds of restaurants and shops were filled with people, human figures. These people were not ordinary people. They were either the older generation's powerhouses or peerless geniuses. Every single one of his identities was shocking to the public, but now they were all waiting for one person. They were all waiting for Lin Xian. Lin Xian strolled leisurely with the dark red divine dragon beside him. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd parted like a tide. No one dared to stop them. So powerful. Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? That's right. Could it be that his strength has increased again? What a monster! Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed, is this the dragon beside Lin Xian? Is it really a dragon? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 2794. The dark red divine dragon bared his teeth and glared at the people around him, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to speak. Coming to the front, the dark red divine dragon shouted at the top of his voice, where are the three silver electric race guys? Tell them to get over here. I'll roast them and eat them. He was too angry. Someone actually dared to shout at him. He really didn't know what was good for him. Snake, you're courting death. An angry voice came from the palace. In the sky, the huge thunderclouds trembled and erupted with endless lightning. They surged down, wanting to kill the dark red divine dragon. You want to hurt me with this little bit of lightning? I'll spit on your face. He opened his dragon mouth, and endless seawater surged out, surging in the sky and colliding with the thunder that filled the sky. The seawater completely annihilated the thunder and even scattered the thunderclouds in the sky. So powerful, seeing the dark red divine dragon break the attack of the silver electric race powerhouses with a casual attack, the surrounding cultivators also screamed. Humph! In the distance, three figures instantly arrived nearby, like lightning. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It was indeed a dragon. The intelligence was right. Damn it, this kid actually had a dragon by his side. He shouldn't be from the nest of 10,000 dragons, so we don't have to worry about him. The three of them quickly communicated. If he was really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they would probably have knelt down by now. Unfortunately, the dark red divine dragon wasn't a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The three silver electric race powerhouses snorted coldly and ignored the dark red divine dragon. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're finally here. The three of them formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a biting cold, killing intent, forming a unique domain that enveloped heaven and earth. The three of you want to challenge me? And you even said that you want to kill me with a slap? Lin Xian looked at the three of them. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. That's right, it's us. Kid, you actually dare to injure the emissary of the Silver Electric Race and challenge the authority of the Silver Electric Race. You really want to die. Don't you know that you used to be our slave? Lin Xian smiled. You said it yourself. That was in the past. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? The strength of the human race is far beyond your imagination. I'll give you a chance. Apologize obediently and scram. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate will be. This voice was laced with a biting cold threat. Upon hearing this, the three Silver Lightning Clan experts were immediately enraged. Dazzling thunder exploded from their bodies, piercing through all directions. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The elders of the royal family even activated the array formation. Flickering runes appeared on the streets and on the buildings. Seeing the royal capital activate the formation, the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Once again, he watched with peace of mind. There's no point in talking anymore. Let me see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me with a single slap. Lin Xian looked at the three of them and said, You three can come at me together. There's no need for the three of us to deal with you. I alone am enough. One of them stepped forward. It was him who had defeated Mo Qiani with a single punch. Kid, remember me. I mean Feng. The Silver Lightning Clan expert stepped forward, his expression filled with boundless arrogance. Killing you with a single slap is enough. Offending us is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Your aura is not bad, and your eyes are cold. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Why are there always people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge me? You're courting death. Yin Feng's expression was solemn, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. He raised his palm, and an endless sea of lightning spread out from his hand, forming a large silver palm that shone brightly in the sky. Feeling this palm, the peerless powerhouses all trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. So powerful. This Yin Feng definitely had the strength of an invincible king. No wonder he could defeat Mo Qiani with a single punch. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Boom. In the sky, the large silver palm carried incomparably mysterious runes as it descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian, wanting to smash him into pieces. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, a confident smile on his face. He didn't move at all. He waited until the palm was right above his head before he raised his hand. His hand clenched into a fist as he charged forward. Boom. The two collided. With a deafening sound, 100,000 thunder fell from the sky. The entire imperial capital's array shone, and runes flickered, forming a super defense. The terrifying energy bombarded, and the sound of stormy waves could be heard. Endless energy waves rushed into the clouds, tearing the sky apart. Too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. The commotion caused by the two's attack was too terrifying. If there weren't any arrays, this attack could probably destroy half of the imperial capital, and these people wouldn't be able to escape either. What terrifying thunder. Even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it lightly. The silver runes on the palm were the bloodline power of the Silver Lightning Clan. It was too terrifying. These immemorial creatures had a unique advantage. Exclamations could be heard. Beside him, the other two experts from the Silver Lightning Clan were also sneering. How dare he fight with Yin Feng? He was really courting death. This time, his arm would probably be crippled. Not only that, but half of his body would also be smashed. The two of them were very confident. The sea of lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared. When the crowd saw the situation in the sea of lightning, they were all stunned. Their minds were blank and their eyes were wide, open in disbelief, especially the other two geniuses from the Silver Palace clan, who screamed, "Impossible! Crazy!" They were all crazy, because they saw Lin Xian standing there, with his hands behind his back, his body radiating a golden light. As for their companion, Yin Feng, he was in a very sorry state. The lightning on his body dimmed, and his entire arm was deformed. His palm was cracked. Fresh blood dyed his body red. Injured. Yin Feng was actually injured. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Yin Feng's physique was so strong, and he even used his bloodline power. This attack should have at least seriously injured him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him. But now, Yin Feng was actually injured, and his opponent was unharmed. The two experts from the Silver Lightning clan went crazy. They could not accept this fact. The surrounding warriors also sucked in a breath of cold air. The silver palm just now made even the invincible kings tremble, but he could easily block it, and even seriously injure his opponent. Ha ha! The 9-yang divine body is indeed powerful. That's right, Lin Xian is mighty. What, Silver Lightning clan? How dare you fight with me, Lin Xian, in close combat? You're courting death. Do you know what the 9-yang divine body is? Lin Xian's supporters began to mock and ridicule. The dark red divine dragon also sneered. Among the 10,000 ancient races, there were probably not many people who dared to compete with Lin Xian in terms of physique, except for those with extremely strong physiques. After being nourished by the dragon's aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body had reached the 5th stage of the 2nd level. Chapter 2795. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. "Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to kill me with a single slap? Unfortunately, you haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. Your strength is pitifully weak. Why don't I teach you what it means to kill someone with a single slap?" At this point, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His 9-yang divine body released endless light, and balls of 9-yang divine fire surged out, illuminating the world. As his voice fell, he also raised his palm and slapped forward. His palm transformed into a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. Not good. Yin Feng's pupils shrank, and the surrounding people exclaimed. The expressions of the other two Silver Lightning race prodigies changed drastically. This palm was too terrifying. The two of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. They came in front of Yin Feng and fought against him. There was an earth-shattering bang. The 3 Silver Lightning race prodigies were forced back, and their blood was boiling. Yin Feng was even more affected by the impact of the energy. He cried out and spat out blood again. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. "Why, can't bear it anymore? Finally, the 3 of you want to attack together? Come on, don't waste my time." Lin Xian waved his hand, looking impatient. This scene made the 3 Silver Lightning race prodigies gnash their teeth in anger. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The surrounding Lin Xian supporters also went crazy with mockery. "Hey, what 10,000 ancient races? 3 against 1? Do you have any shame? That's right. You were so arrogant before, saying that you could kill our god Lin Xian with a single slap. Why don't you try it now? Give them a chance. Even if the 3 of them fight against 1, they won't be a match for Lin Xian." These people sneered again and again. The 3 Silver Lightning race prodigies were about to vomit blood. Among them, Yin Feng gritted his teeth. "The 2 of you don't make a move. Let me deal with him personally. I must kill him." Yin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The power of lightning appeared on his body, and his broken arm recovered. All right, be careful. This kid seems to have learned an ancient body tempering technique, the 9-yang divine body. Don't fight him head on. They had heard of the power of the 9-yang divine body. After all, it was a technique that had been passed down for a long time. Don't worry, I know. Yin Feng nodded. He was indeed careless. He didn't expect the other party to have cultivated the unparalleled 9-yang divine physique. But so what? Apart from close combat, he had plenty of other methods and divine abilities. Lightning bolts of the 9 yangs. The moment the silver knife appeared, it emitted a biting cold blade light that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's bodies to tremble as if they would be cut in half at any moment. What a terrifying blade. That was a treasure, 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 treasure. Those older generation figures also exclaimed. There was no need to even think about it. These ancient life forms were definitely taking out ancient treasures. Two of. S was a worse off. It wasn't over yet. Then a ray of light shot out from Yin Feng's forehead, turning into a silver mountain that floated above his head. The silver mountain was incomparably majestic, emitting a terrifying aura. Thousands of rays of light shrouded Yin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. This silver mountain was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space quickly collapsed, and countless large cracks spread in all directions. The surrounding prodigies were also suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. How terrifying! Yin Feng actually took out 2 ancient treasures in an instant. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Kid, go to hell. Yin Feng snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the silver knife flew out. Although it was small, it was extremely sharp. It pierced through the void in an instant. How terrifying! It can already threaten a mid-stage 9-star king. I wonder if Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body can withstand it? Sensing the silver flying dagger, Lin Xian frowned as well. It was indeed terrifying. It reminded him of Li Xuanxian's little leaf flying dagger. However, it was still slightly inferior to the little leaf flying dagger. In the next moment, he would use his fist, heaven-battling divine fist. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist shook heaven and earth, and a sonorous sound echoed in the sky. The silver knife was sent flying, dancing wildly in the sky. However, it soon circled again under the control of Yin Feng. Kid, you're dead. You won't be able to block my knife. The silver knife in the sky suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant knife that slashed down. Its sharpness also became stronger and stronger. Not good. I didn't use my full strength before. This silver knife is probably more powerful than we imagined. The expressions on the faces of the older generation changed. Even Lin Xian's supporters gasped in shock. Great God, Lin Xian, be careful. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, its power was much stronger than before. Humph! With a cold snort, endless sword chi rushed out of his body. It was densely packed like a rain of swords. In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying silver knife. A sonorous sound rang out, and the silver knife was sent flying once again. What? Impossible! It was sent flying. The 2 silver lightning experts were stunned. Yin Feng's expression froze. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment he wanted to roar, but soon he began to tremble. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the sword chi between heaven and earth flew toward him. They collided with the silver mountain, making a sonorous sound. Damn it! Block it! Don't worry, he can't break through Yin Feng's defense. Behind him, the 2 silver lightning experts sneered. However, their smiles soon became firm, because in their eyes, the silver mountain that they were so confident in was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and large holes appeared one after another. It's just a Dharma treasure. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me. Lin Xian burst out with a biting cold light. He had already arrived in front of Yin Feng. Holding a sword Qi in his hand, he slashed down from the sky. With a slash of his sword, he split the silver mountain in half. What? How is this possible? Not only did the humans scream, but the other immemorial creatures also came out of the palace. They just happened to see this scene, and their scalps went numb from fear. They knew that the silver lightning race was powerful, especially Yin Feng, who was even more terrifying. However, his Dharma treasure was actually split in half by a single slash of his sword. Who exactly was this human youth? Their gazes were all fixed on Lin Xian. Puffed! Yin Feng vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he was at a loss. Impossible! Damn it, I don't believe it. Puffed! The sword light slashed down, and his arm was directly sent flying, blood flowing wildly. The pain brought him back to reality. Damn it! He realized that there were more than a dozen piercing sword lights coming down from above. He was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, how could he dodge? Soon, his body was cut into pieces. Yin Feng screamed, and his body reassembled in the distance. His face was pale, and his face was filled with malevolence. I want you dead. Chapter 2796. The silver saber also flew into his hand. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword Qi on his body became more and more piercing. He struck out with the ancient dragon abyss sword, which was surrounded by countless dragon-shaped auras. With a slash of the sword, the silver saber was once again sent flying. Yin Feng was even split into two halves. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied, especially those archaic creatures. Their faces were filled with shock. This person was too powerful. Who exactly was he? A terrifying physique and terrifying sword technique. Damn it. How could he have such a powerful attack? These people exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Yin Feng screamed in the sky. His two Fs turned into streams of light and kept fleeing. Damn it, you dare to kill me? He realized that Lin Xian didn't stop at all. The piercing cold sword light once again enveloped him. So what if I kill you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. I'm a genius of the silver lightning race. If you kill me, the silver lightning race won't let you off. Yin Feng screamed. He couldn't believe that a human dared to kill him. The other two geniuses of the silver lightning race also shouted angrily, Damn brat, stop it now! You're dead meat. If you dare to kill him, the silver lightning race will tear you into pieces. The two of them rushed forward, wanting to save Yin Feng. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand, which turned into a golden mountain that descended from the sky, directly blocking the path of the two geniuses of the silver lightning race. At the same time, the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand quickly slashed out. The sword pierced through the other party's head. The power of the great dragon sword soul destroyed the other party's soul. With a scream, the two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The entire scene was silent. Those archaic creatures were also shocked and couldn't believe it. No, the two silver lightning race powerhouses roared crazily. Dead. Their comrade was actually dead, killed by a human. This was something they didn't dare to imagine. One had to know that they were geniuses of the silver lightning race from the 10,000 archaic races. When they first came, even the divine Wind Dynasty didn't dare to provoke them and respectfully invited them in. In their eyes, no one in the world dared to kill them. But now, this kid in front of them had no scruples and directly killed their companion. How dare they? Was he not afraid of the Silver Lightning Clan's revenge? Madman. This kid is a madman. The two geniuses of the Silver Lightning race roared madly. Kill him together and avenge Yin Feng. The two of them roared angrily, releasing terrifying attacks that shook the golden palm. The golden palm released a rumbling sound as it was pushed aside. The two of them charged over, but soon they were scared out of their wits. The sword slashed out like the roar of a peerless giant dragon, enveloping them. Damn it! It was only now that they realized how powerful his sword chi was. No wonder Foam was killed. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that a young man could unleash such a shocking sword aura. Damn it, what kind of swordsmanship is he practicing? The two of them didn't know. However, they didn't have much time to think. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield in front of him. The other person turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. Clang, puff. The silver shield was split in half by the sword. A huge crack appeared on the body of the Silver Lightning Clan's prodigy, and his internal organs were exposed. The other figure also screamed in pain. His legs were cut off by the sword light, and blood flowed wildly. All the martial artists in the royal capital who were watching the battle were stunned. He injured two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan with a single sword strike. Powerful. He was too powerful. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't use his full strength when he killed Foam? Yes, that must be it. Lin Xian was too mighty. As expected of the Central Emperor, the top prodigy of the human race, the faces of the older generation were also filled with astonishment. Damn it, who is this kid? They had to find out his identity. The Archean creatures' faces were gloomy. The other party was too powerful and posed a great threat to them. They had to find out who the other party was, what kind of swordsmanship he used, and what his background was. Should they save the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan? One of the Archean creatures asked in a deep voice. This Archean creature had strange patterns that crawled all over his body, especially the two sides of his cheeks. They were furry. It was very strange, and it made people who saw it feel their hair stand on end. The young man in front of him was the same, but his aura was stronger than his. The young man shook his head. Don't panic. Let's wait and see. The two prodigies should be able to hold on for a while. If we save them at the most critical moment, the Silver Lightning Clan will do us a favor. Yes, the Archean creature behind nodded. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, and he was ready to save them at any time. They thought that the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan could hold on for a while, but they realized that they were wrong. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan were defeated. They had no choice. Firstly, Lin Xian was too powerful. Secondly, they were too shocked, and their minds were still blank. Therefore, they were soon seriously injured. Their bodies had even recombined 5 times. This made their faces pale, and the power in their bodies was quickly draining away. "Oh no, let's go!" The two of them screamed. They were too careless. They had to go back and report to the prodigies of the clan so that they could kill the detestable kid in front of them. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian used the Yin Yang 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly blocked the path of the two prodigies. "Damn it! Let's split up and run." The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan roared and ran in the opposite direction. No matter how fast the other party was, they didn't believe that he could stop the two of them. However, they were still thinking too much. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain flew out, turning into a sword dragon. It surged in the sky and directly enveloped one of the prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan. He, on the other hand, was blocking the path of another genius. "What last words do you have?" Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, "Damn kid, how dare you kill me?" The Silver Lightning Clan, before he could finish, blood spurted out from between his eyebrows, and his body split in half. His soul was destroyed by the sword. This scene shocked everyone. The expressions of the Archean creatures also changed drastically. It was too fast and too decisive. The other party killed them with a single sword strike, leaving them no chance to attack at all. "Hurry up and save the last one," the young Archean creature spoke. Immediately, the two figures behind him rushed out, wanting to save the last prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan. This was originally their plan. If they could do the Silver Lightning clan a favor, why not? However, they didn't expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so fierce. Chapter 2797. Save Me. The last Silver Lightning clan genius was shrouded by the dragon sword domain. He was also retreating in defeat as countless sword chi pierced through his body. There was no other way. These sword chi contained the power of the dragon sword soul. How could he resist it? But fortunately, he saw the other two ancient creatures coming to save him. He was very clear about these two ancient creatures. They were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their strength was very terrifying, not weaker than the Silver Lightning clan. In fact, they were a little stronger. Therefore, with the help of the other party, he would definitely be saved. Sure enough, the two ancient creatures opened their mouths and spat out white spider webs, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the dragon sword domain, trying to bind it. Oh no, it's the ancient demon spider clan. On the human side, some of the older generation figures also screamed. The ancient demon spider clan was very terrifying. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of the heavenly demon spider. It was rumored that their spider webs were very hard, and even the top magic treasures and heaven-grade weapons could not cut them open. If bound by this magic treasure, even an invincible king would not be able to escape. What so terrifying? Damn it. Is the ancient demon spider clan also going to make a move? Won't Lin Xian be in danger? Many people began to worry about Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain in the distance suddenly erupted. It shattered the white spider king spat out by the ancient demon spider above. Then he burst out an unparalleled sword chi and pierced the body of the last Silver Lightning clan genius. His body was torn to pieces, and his soul was mercilessly destroyed. No, the Silver Lightning race's prodigy let out a blood-curdling scream and vanished into thin air. The two experts of the Archean demon spider clan who had rushed over were also stunned. Their faces were gloomy and terrifying. Dead. The last Silver Lightning clan member was also dead. This made their rescue plan completely fail. Damn kid, how dare you kill him? Their eyes were like lightning staring at Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered, and two rays of light pierced toward him, like divine arrows. They wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally, directly sending the two gazes flying. In the next moment, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enlarged in the sky, floating above the heads of the two ancient demon spiders. What? Do you want to die too? Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not have a good impression of these ancient creatures. The other party was too arrogant and insolent. How could Lin Xian be willing to accept the fact that they were all treated as slaves? It was no longer the primordial era. These primordial life forms did not have the right to be arrogant in front of him. You dare to attack us? You're courting death. The two ancient demon spiders were enraged. The one on the left stretched out a palm with a terrifying pattern on it and grabbed down from the sky. On his right, he pointed his finger at Lin Xian's glabella. It was as if his entire body was a sword. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand emitted a blinding light as he slashed forward. Boom, boom. The ancient sword waved, and the dragon-shaped sword chi danced. The entire void was completely torn apart. In the next moment, the three people's attacks collided in the sky. An extremely resplendent light burst forth as waves of energy surged in all directions. Boom. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty. A strange rune appeared on Lin Xian's body, and there was no need to dodge at all. The energy only made a thunderous sound on his body and could not hurt him. However, the other two experts of the ancient demon spider clan kept retreating. They retreated more than 10 steps in a row before they stopped. Damn it! Their faces were full of shock. Their fists and fingers were directly cut off, and blood dripped down, piercing through the void. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they exclaimed, "So powerful! Lin Xian was too terrifying." The two ancient demon spiders attacked, but they were helpless and were injured instead. Even the other Archean life forms were shocked by this scene. Was this the strength of the Central Emperor? Damn it, when did the human race become so powerful? What had they experienced in the past 10,000 years? They gritted their teeth, and the leading young man also frowned. He may be one of the top geniuses of the human race. It was not surprising that he could injure them. Then, do we still have to attack? Many people asked in a low voice. The young man shook his head. No, let him live a little longer. We have other things to do. With that, he waved his hand, and the two ancient demon spiders in front flew back. The young man who led the ancient demon spiders glanced at Lin Xian and then rushed into the sky with his people. The group quickly rushed into the sky, ignoring the array, and directly tore the void and left. The ancient creatures had left. Everyone looked at this scene, shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian's supporters burst into cheers. Lin Xian was too powerful. That's right. It had always been the ancient creatures that scared others away. Now, our Lin Xian could scare away the ancient creatures. These people were pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. The ancient demon spiders, he felt that the young man who did not attack was very powerful. He should be a genius of that race. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head and prepared to go back. But at this time, the elder of the divine Wind dynasty appeared again. He said with a smile, "Temple Master Lin, take care." "Oh, what's the matter?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. "Our holy lord invited Temple Master Lin to the palace for tea." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Since he was already in the imperial capital, it was not a big deal to take a stroll. Lin Xian took the dark red divine dragon, and the two followed the imperial family elder and flew toward the palace. The others were envious. Sure enough, the strong were respected in this world. Whether it was the ancient creatures or Lin Xian, they were all respected by the imperial family elders. It should be known that these elders would not even care about an invincible king, but their attitude toward Lin Xian was so respectful. On the other side, the ancient demon spiders flew into the sky and left the ancient capital of the divine Wind dynasty. That spirit herb is about to mature. We have to hurry. We can't let others take it. The young man in the lead said in a deep voice. The ancient creatures beside him were also excited. This was an extremely precious spirit herb that was 8,000 years old. It had a magical effect on the ancient demon spiders, so they were determined to get it. There was someone in front. After a while, they suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in front of them. Who was it? Could it be an expert from the human clan? The ancient creatures were shocked. However, the young man in the lead said, "No, it's similar to our aura. It's an ancient creature. It's an expert of the Silver Lightning race." An expert of the Silver Lightning race? The ancient creatures were also very surprised. The young man in the lead sneered. There was a good show to watch. These Silver Lightning race experts who spread the news in the imperial capital. Chapter 2798. That's great. Who told this brat to be so arrogant? How dare he fight against our ancient demon spider clan? The archaic creatures were also very excited. Let's go. They quickly moved out. Soon they arrived in front. A sea of lightning spread out in front of them, forming a thundercloud. There were a few figures on the thundercloud. One of the graceful figures was half lying on the thundercloud. Around her, there were many ancient creatures serving her. Don't look at how young this girl was. Her identity was frighteningly great. Even these immemorial demon spiders were extremely respectful towards her. The young man who took the lead shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Sister Inhua." "Oh, it's you, little guy." The graceful figure on the thundercloud glanced sideways at the young man from the primordial ancient demon spider clan, and then nodded. "Why did you bring your men here?" "I just woke up, so I brought people out to play. After all, it was too boring to sleep for so many years. However, Big Sister Inhua, I have a piece of bad news here." "Bad news? What bad news?" The graceful figure frowned. "In this world, who dares to go against the 10,000 ancient races?" The mysterious woman was very confident. In her opinion, no one dared to provoke them. However, the young man from the ancient demonic spider shook his head, and his face became serious. "Sister Hua, I have to tell you. Sister Inhua, I just found out from the imperial capital that 3 geniuses from the Silver Electric clan were killed in the Divine Wind imperial capital." "What?" Hearing this, the mysterious woman was stunned. Ancient creatures were killed, and they were the geniuses of the Silver Electric clan. How could this be? Is the news confirmed? The mysterious woman asked in a deep voice. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan nodded. "It's true. We saw it with our own eyes, and we even helped them. But the enemy is too decisive. She directly killed the 3 geniuses of the Silver Electric clan, and even injured our people. Sister, please look." As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 ancient creatures behind him. These 2 were the ones who fought with Lin Xian before. Their palms were cut off by Lin Xian, and they had not healed yet because the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul was difficult to erase. Damn it! The mysterious woman was finally angry. It seemed that the news was true. "Who was it? Tell me, who did it? How dare you kill a prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan? Was it one of those Saint Lords? Or the Emperor of the Divine Wind dynasty?" In his opinion, only these people would dare to make a move against them. No, it wasn't those sacred leaders and sect masters. It was a young man. Young people? Who was it? Among the younger generation, was there anyone who could stop the 3 prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan? The mysterious woman couldn't believe it. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan said, "Elder sister, do you remember that some time ago the emissary of the Silver Electric clan was beaten up?" Hearing this, the expressions of the ancient life forms on the thunderclouds turned ugly. The mysterious woman called In Hua furrowed her brows. "I naturally knew that it was done by Immortal Palace's palace master. Humph, my Silver Lightning tribe will naturally not let him off. It was good that his elder sister knew about him. This time, it was precisely that Immortal Palace's hall master who took the initiative. It was he who had come to the imperial capital and personally killed his 3 brothers from the Silver Lightning clan. What? It was that Immortal Palace's palace master again. Silverflower was thoroughly enraged, and the ancient life forms serving her were also brimming with killing intent. "Master, let me go and kill him." These ancient life forms were not from the Silver Lightning clan, but the mysterious woman in front of them. She used her powerful strength to subdue other races to serve her. This kind of subjugation was very common among the 10,000 ancient races. Because these 10,000 ancient races worshipped power, it was very common for them to be subdued. At this moment, these ancient life form servants were very angry. Inhua's face was gloomy. "No need. This time I will personally kill him." He was thoroughly enraged. So what if the other party was Immortal Palace's palace master? No matter how powerful he was just a human. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he could only kneel. He actually dared to resist? Where was he? He should still be in the imperial capital. Even if he left, he couldn't have gone too far. Let's go! With a roar, the thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thunder dragon. With a roar, it drilled into the clouds and disappeared. Only balls of lightning were left, still rolling in all directions. Looking at the disappearing figure, the young man from the ancient demon spider clan curled his lips into a smile. The next moment, he also waved his hand. Let's go! These people also left. Yinhua's speed was very fast. Not long after, she saw a majestic city below. Immediately, she frowned. It seemed that this should be the imperial capital of the Divine Wind dynasty. Master, do you want us to directly go down and capture that kid and kill him? There's no need. Yinhua shook her head. That kid dared to attack us, which means he has something to rely on. Let's see how many invincible kings he has with him first before we make a move. First, seal the surroundings. Behind him, 7 or 8 ancient life forms swayed and came to the 4 corners of the world. Yinhua went to the 9 heavens and looked down with her cold eyes. She would not enter the imperial capital. She had to wait until she met him outside. As soon as he came out, she would kill him mercilessly. In this way, she could guarantee that no one and no formation would stop her. In the Divine Wind Dynasty's imperial capital, Lin Xian and the Divine Wind Dynasty's sacred master drank tea and chatted for a while. Then Lin Xian came out. After leaving the palace, he and the dark red dragon's figures swayed and also disappeared from the street. Soon, they left the imperial capital and soared into the sky. Master, that kid is out. In the south, an ancient life form quickly transmitted his voice. Immediately, Yinhua opened her eyes in the 9 heavens. Buzz, a jade-like hand reached out and grabbed downwards. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth descended, each of them as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed and covered the entire space. This scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Damn! Someone is plotting against us. Below, the dark red dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? They had just come out, and they had already suffered such terrifying lightning. This must be a plot. Who was it? Damn it, it was those people from the Silver Lightning race. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. These lightning bolts were from the Silver Lightning race. He was very sensitive to these lightning bolts. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Kill. With a furious roar, an unparalleled light erupted from his body as he rushed up to the lightning bolts. The dark red dragon followed behind him and also waved its dragon claws. Lin Xian's body was abnormally strong. Even if he was hit by these lightning bolts, it only made clanging sounds. He went against the heavens like a peerless god of war and arrived at the 9 heavens. Who dares to sneak up on me here? Get out here. His voice was like thunder as it rolled out. The people in the imperial capital were shocked. What was going on? Was Lin Xian going to attack again? Were the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning race going to attack again? These people rushed out one after another. Chapter 2799. You're the one who killed the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning race? A pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky, carrying with them the power of lightning. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and instantly relieved the pressure. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he faced the attack. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Are you from the Silver Lightning race? If you want revenge, come here and die. Good boy. You have guts, but you're too reckless. As he spoke, heaven and earth rumbled. An endless lightning descended and enveloped Lin Xian. Then he tore open the void and disappeared. No, Lin Xian has been teleported out. Many powerhouses cried out in surprise and quickly chased after him. They all rose into the air. However, the scene of Lin Xian and the mysterious man had already disappeared. Where did they go? They're probably millions of miles away. Should I go and take a look? Let's go and look for them. In the imperial city, many people began to search in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. Who was the other party? What a terrifying technique. It doesn't seem to be the younger generation. After all, the younger generation did not have such terrifying strength, and he would not have felt so much pressure. Be careful, boy. That's a treasure, the dark red dragon said from the side. The two of them had strong physiques, so they could withstand the endless lightning attacks. It seems that she has teleported us out. No, I can't let them succeed. What if it's a trap? Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon. Think of a way to destroy it. Don't worry, the dark red dragon said. He waved his dragon claws and began to break the array. Although the other party was using a treasure, it was still a kind of array formation. He was very proficient in it. With Lin Xian's help, it did not take long for the two of them to break through the sea of lightning and rush out. Damn it, you're finally out. How dare you plot against me? I want to see who it is. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared in all directions. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by endless sword light. You're quite capable to come out. No wonder you were able to kill the prodigies of my Silver Lightning clan. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked up at the sky. They could see a mysterious woman standing above the 9 heavens with an icy expression, as if she were a queen staring down at them. Around them, there were 7 archaic life forms firmly surrounding them. The 7 archaic life forms all had different expressions on their faces. Clearly, he was not a member of the Silver Lightning clan. Could it be that these ancient creatures had joined forces? If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. No, the dark red dragon shook its head. They should be slaves. The dark red divine dragon had a better understanding of these primordial creatures. Therefore, he explained. When Lin Xian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the 10,000 ancient races didn't join forces, there wouldn't be a problem. He could tell that the mysterious woman in the sky was very powerful. His strength had reached the late stage of the 9-star king realm. Even among the invincible kings, he was an extremely terrifying existence. Kid, let's work together. This guy is too strong. He's probably an old monster. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice. He naturally felt how powerful the other party was. Lin Xian nodded, and the sword chi on his body became even colder. The dark red divine dragon let out a roar, displaying endless dragon might. Above, Silver Flower frowned. You're that dragon? Dragons are actually in cahoots with ant-like humans. You're really embarrassing the divine beasts. However, since you're not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons, then don't blame me for being impolite. I heard that drinking dragon blood can allow the 10,000 ancient races to evolve. Today, I'm going to verify if this legend is true. She looked at the dark red divine dragon, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Bah, you want to compete with your Grandpa Long's blood? Do you want to die? In a while, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You don't know death. Above, Silver Flower made her move. A silver light flickered in the sky, tearing the void apart. A terrifying silver lightning blade slashed towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in half. No power could resist it. Boom, boom. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon resisted head-on. The two of them also attacked. An intense collision sound rang out. Then the two of them retreated, shattering the void. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled, but he quickly suppressed it. As expected of a late-stage 9-star king, She was indeed terrifying. This power was so terrifying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also grinning. Clearly, that attack just now also gave him a lot of pressure. Kid, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack without being injured. But unfortunately, I only used 10,000 units of the Ancient Era's power just now. That's not my full strength at all. In fact, I didn't even use half of my strength. In the sky, Silver Flower's voice was cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Her casual attack made the two of them retreat. If she attacked with her full strength, she could guarantee that she could easily kill these two people. 10,000 units of the Ancient Era's power? What was that? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand at all. The dark red divine dragon at the side explained. This was a calculation method of the 10,000 ancient races. Reaching 9-star king, the weakest would have 9,000 units of the Ancient Era's power. It wouldn't be weaker than this. And these invincible kings, because of their different bloodlines and talents, there would be differences in strength. The 10,000 ancient races had developed a method that could describe the strength of this kind of strength. They called it the Ancient Era's power. It was said that the weakest 9-star king, Thailand, had 9,000 units of the Ancient Era's power, and the strongest had 100,000 units of the Ancient Era's power. However, reaching 100,000 units of the Ancient Era's power was already the limit of a king. It seemed that no one could break this rule. Further up was the power of a saint. I didn't expect you to know so clearly, as expected of the dragons. But it's a pity. So what if you know clearly? The cultivation of the two of you should only be peerless powerhouses, right? Two mere 8-star kings being able to compete with the invincible kings of Class 1 is already very heaven-defying. They can indeed become geniuses, but it's a pity that you met me. I won't give you a chance. To tell you the truth, my full strength is 30,000 units of the Ancient Era's power. Do you think the two of you can compete with me? What? 30,000 units of the Ancient Era's power? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. This kid seems to be an incredible fellow. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he had just learned about the rules of the 10,000 ancient races, from the description of the dark red divine dragon, an ordinary 9-star invincible king would have 9,000 units of the Ancient Era's power. But the other party had 30,000 units of the Ancient Era's power. The gap between them was simply too great. Ruffian dragon, how much archaic power do you have? What about me? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 2800. If I go all out, I have about 20,000 units of Archean power. And so do you, the dark red dragon said. Of course, if your great dragon sword soul goes all out, it will definitely increase. Both of us have more than 20,000 units, so we have more than 40,000 units in total. We can definitely kill him. Lin Xian was puzzled. Why was the other party so confident? The dark red dragon shook its head. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Otherwise, a group of 8-star kings would be heaven-defying. One had to know that 10,000 units of Archean power was equivalent to a difference of 1 realm. It was very difficult to make up for it. Of course, this is only my estimate. Who knows how terrifying your great dragon sword soul will be when it goes all out? The dark red dragon transmitted its voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He understood that the Archean power should be a guess of 1's strength. However, it was only a guess. It wasn't 100% certain. For example, if his great dragon sword soul was injected with unlimited power, it could kill a sage. Thinking of this, his eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. You believe in this Archean power too much. Today, I'll let you see that the current world no longer belongs to you. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. Ants, you're courting death. In the surroundings, the 7 Archean creatures were also furious. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this. He was courting death. They quickly charged over. In an instant, the 3 of them arrived around Lin Xian. These 3 Archean creatures each had about 10,000 units of Archean power. Their attacks were truly terrifying. One of them turned into a black mountain and pressed down from the sky. Another person spat out terrifying flames that turned into fire crows that danced in the sky, emitting terrifying heat. The last person pulled out a jet-black ancient saber and slashed down, cutting the void in half. Boom! Lin Xian made his move. First, he sent the Archean demonic mountain flying with a punch. Then, he slapped the jet-black saber in half with a palm. His entire body was bathed in a sea of fire, and he was fearless. He easily sent the 3 Archean creatures flying with 3 punches. The 3 Archean creatures kept retreating, smashing through the void, and turning into a bloody mist. What? He was actually this strong. The remaining 4 archaic creatures were stunned. Those were 3 early-stage 9-star powerhouses. Each of them possessed roughly 10,000 units of ancient power. Yet, even with the 3 of them working together, they were still killed so easily. This kid was too terrifying. And he was just a young man. Had the human race become so terrifying? They were dumbfounded. In the air, Silverflower's voice was ice cold. The 4 of you, retreat and don't attack. This brat should have about 20,000 units of ancient strength. Unless the 2 of you work together and kill him in one blow. Otherwise, they wouldn't be his match at all. That's right. A difference of 1,000 units of Archean energy was already a terrifying gap, let alone 10,000 units of Archean energy. This was absolutely a merciless crushing. Therefore, even if the remaining 4 ancient creatures attacked, it would be useless. However, Yinhua was not worried. After all, she had 10,000 more Archean powers than him. Similarly, she could easily crush him. Boom. Sure enough, in the next instant, Silverflower attacked. The thunderclouds in the sky pressed down and condensed above Lin Xian's head. That terrifying power of thunder filled the entire space. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Boom. Lin Xian also brandished the Dragon Abyss ancient sword. An incomparably shocking light burst out from the long sword, cutting apart the thunder that filled the sky. However, there were simply too many lightning bolts this time around. They were densely packed together and seemed to be endless. Even if it was cut open, there was still more pouring in from all directions. In an instant, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Brat, be careful! The dark red dragon roared and spat out balls of flames to fight against the remaining lightning bolts. The 2 of them attacked together, attacking this mysterious woman. It's useless. Even if the 2 of you work together, you're still not my match. Yinhua controlled the thunderclouds in the sky to contend with it, but soon her expression changed, because she discovered that in the sea of lightning below, a roar came. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, causing her expression to stiffen. Immediately after, the sea of lightning was cut open, and a figure holding a killing sword quickly rushed over. What? He actually rushed out. Yinhua was extremely surprised. The other 4 ancient creatures screamed repeatedly. They knew how terrifying their master was. No matter how powerful this kid was, he could not contend with their master. But now, the other party actually charged out. It was truly beyond their expectations. You want to trap me with a mere sea of lightning? Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly brandished his long sword, charging towards Yinhua. The sword light in the sky flickered, shattering the space around Yinhua. Yinhua's face was gloomy, and her figure dodged lightly. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also rushed out, transforming into a 1,000 feet long divine dragon, roaring nonstop. At this moment, endless lightning also rushed out of his body, contending with the sea of lightning around him, as dragons, moving clouds and summoning rain, breathing fire and releasing lightning were the most basic. So how could the dark red divine dragon be afraid of this lightning? Is this all you've got? Take out your true ability, and let me see. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. At this moment, the 9-yang divine body on his body bloomed with light, and endless sword qi surrounded it, making him look like a peerless war god. You reckless thing! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Hua snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, terrifying thunder descended. This time, the lightning was even more terrifying. It transformed into lightning with 5 different colors, the 5-colored divine lightning. The terrifying power was enough to kill a late-stage 9-star invincible king. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, dragon-shaped sword qi rushed out of his body and rushed forward. The dark red divine dragon also roared and used the dragon's great divine ability to contend with it. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3 of them attacked, and there was not a single place within a radius of millions of miles that was intact. Humph! On Lin Xian's body, mysterious runes flickered, and terrifying light pulsed. Balls of 9-yang divine fire erupted, and like a golden war god, he resisted the 5-colored lightning. One had to admit that the 5-colored lightning was very terrifying. When it hit Lin Xian's body, it was charred black. However, the 9-yang divine body was still able to forcibly resist it. 5-colored wild lightning slash. Yin Hua shouted and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, 5-colored lightning gathered in her hand, forming a 5-colored lightning blade that slashed down. The dark red divine dragon was shocked when the blade slashed out, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The 9-yang divine body also split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on it, revealing deep white bones. Blood dripped down from it. It dyed the void red. Ha! That kid is injured. Chapter 28:01. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Kid, are you all right? He opened his mouth and spat out the Jiao dragon scissors. He quickly activated them and turned them into 2 dragons. They rushed forward and blasted the remaining 5-colored lightning away. This guy was too terrifying. After all, he was an archaic expert. Hurry up and use the half-step saint artifact. And Lin Xian nodded. He also took out the 9-story pagoda. In an instant, their strength increased to 25,000 archaic power. A half-step saint artifact? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands. Silverflower looked at the half-step saint artifacts in their hands. Her eyes flickered, and a hint of passion appeared in her eyes. Half-step saint artifacts weren't cabbages. Even she didn't have many of them. If she could have one more, it would be a huge fortune. It seemed that the 2 of you had a lot of treasures on you. I'll kill you, and everything you have will be mine. She stretched out 2 big hands and grabbed forward. Although the 2 of them had used half-step saint artifacts, their archaic power was still inferior to hers. She wasn't afraid at all. Boom, boom. The 3 of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn, this woman was too terrifying. She could actually resist a half-step saint artifact with her bare hands. Was this a late-stage 9-star invincible king? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could now easily kill early-stage 9-star invincible kings. He could even kill mid-stage 9-star invincible kings. However, he didn't expect a late-stage 9-star invincible king to be so terrifying. He took out a half-step saint artifact to fight against her. He even joined hands with the dark red divine dragon, but he still couldn't injure her. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. Buzz's golden runes flashed in his eyes, and a soul attack instantly surged out. Buzz. Silverflower's body stiffened, and the lightning on her body also stopped. A trace of emptiness appeared in her eyes. Great. Attack quickly. The two of them waved their attacks and charged forward. Bam. Silverflower was blasted away, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her body didn't split open. The five-colored lightning around her formed a five-colored armor that enveloped her body. After retreating for tens of thousands of miles, Silverflower stopped. She screamed, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." She was truly too furious. She was a grand, archaic expert. He was actually sent flying by two human ants. If news of this were to spread, how would she be able to maintain her standing among the 10,000 ancient races? He would probably lose all his face. Soul attack. Damn it, you actually have a soul attack. Brat, I won't forgive you. Silverflower roared, and the power of her bloodline burst forth, forming a lotus between her eyebrows. It defended her soul, preventing her opponent from using another soul attack. Kill with a shout. She suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, giving them a fright. What incredible speed! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was too fast. It was hard for them to react. In an instant, the opponent's five-colored divine lightning enveloped the two of them. There were many cracks on Lin Xian's body. The dark red mystical dragon's body was also charred black. At the critical moment, Lin Xian roared, "Xiao Bai!" The snow-white little monkey instantly rushed out. Raising its hand, it slapped Silverflower's face directly. 3 seconds of dizziness. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silverflower was affected by the snow-white monkey's divine power. These 3 seconds gave Lin Xian and the dark red mystical dragon an opportunity. The two of them instantly rushed out of the five-colored divine lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He directly drew his dragon-shaped sword and slashed forward. The dark red mystical dragon also spat out a mouthful of thick blood, staining the dragon scissors. Buzz. The dragon scissors trembled, and the two dragons released endless blood-colored light, as if they had come alive. Their power increased greatly. Boom, boom, boom. The two's earth-shattering attacks landed on Silverflower's body. The five-colored armor on Silverflower's body instantly shattered, and the 2 rays of light sent her flying again. This time, she retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. Silverflower once again spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian's sword chi even left a sword mark on her body. Injured. Master is actually injured. Damn it, that's impossible. The 4 archaic life forms' faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to believe that a brat could actually injure their master. Was this heaven-defying? Silverflower stopped, her body trembling with anger. The 5-colored thunder surrounded her, enveloping her injuries. However, she frowned. Damn it, there was an aura left in her injuries that her 5-colored divine lightning couldn't erase. What kind of sword chi was that? How could it be so terrifying? Silverflower was extremely shocked. Even with her 30,000 archaic life force, she couldn't erase that sword chi. That was too shocking. Damn it, what was that sword shadow in this brat's hand? It was too surprising. One had to know that she estimated that the other party was only a young genius with 20,000 archaic life force. Even if she used a half-step sage artifact, such a terrifying weapon, she could only reach 25,000 archaic life force. But that sword strike just now had at least 28,000 archaic life force. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that her full strength was only 30,000 archaic life force. The other party was only 2,000 archaic life, force lower than her. It was too shocking. She was a late-stage 9-star powerhouse. The other party was only a peerless early-stage 8-star powerhouse. How many realms were there between the two of them? Damn it. There must be something wrong with that sword shadow in the other party's hand. Silverflower gritted her teeth. She swore that after killing the other party, she must obtain that sword shadow. Brat, you've completely angered me. Although you have many treasures on you, there's still a gap between you and me. Silverflower's expression was extremely cold. The aura on her body became more and more terrifying. The entire air was filled with violent thunder, as if an apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was about to erupt. Boom, boom, boom. Around her, lightning beasts appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura, causing the entire world to change color. Boom. With a palm strike, under the power of the Silver Point race's bloodline, the 5-color divine lightning was terrifying to the extreme. This power could look down on everything. Not good. Brat, don't take it head on. The dark red divine dragon roared and recalled the dragon scissors. It circled around him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he once again used the great ability of the dragons to contend with it. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too strong. This power was still enough to threaten him. Even if he had the 9-yang divine body, it wouldn't be enough. With a roar, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with endless light. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as he searched for a place where the energy between heaven and earth was weak. He quickly used the yin-yang 8 steps to dodge. The sword Qi in his hand constantly waved, piercing through the weak energy and entering it. Chapter 28:02. But in the end, he actually survived. When the storm disappeared and the palm landed on the ground, Lin Xian's body had some wounds, but they weren't serious. Kid, do you have any ideas? The dark red dragon came to Lin Xian's side. Why don't the two of us work together to activate the dragon sword shadow? And Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. The dark red dragon spat out a mouthful of blood onto the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz! The dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled, as if it had come to life, bursting out with an unparalleled light. The light of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was completely pierced by the sword Qi. At this moment, the 4 archaic creatures knelt on the ground, trembling nonstop, unable to raise their heads. Yin Hua's expression also changed. Damn it, this power. What the hell is this thing? Her expression was solemn as she used the 5-color divine lightning to the extreme. At the same time, she took the initiative to attack, because she knew that the other party's attack was enough to threaten her. Attack! Lin Xian roared as he poured all his power into the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The dark red dragon did the same. The dragon sword shadow rumbled and turned into a giant sword shadow that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Yin Hua also attacked. A pair of 5-colored palms went against the heavens and attacked Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. But she was still a step too late. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky slashed down and collided with the 2 5-colored palms. Between heaven and earth, endless light flickered. The area within 5 million miles was completely enveloped by this terrifying energy. Boom, boom. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless demonic beasts below were turned into ashes by this energy. The aftermath spread out in all directions like a huge earthquake. Those warriors who rushed over from the imperial capital couldn't find it at first, but now that they felt this power, their expressions changed as they looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! In the distance, a pillar of light that reached the sky flashed like a heavenly sword. There were 5-colored divine lightning, like a heavenly tribulation. Over there. It should be that battle. Let's go and take a look. They determined the direction and quickly rushed over. A fierce collision occurred between heaven and earth. The dark red dragon and Lin Xian kept retreating. The damage caused by the aftermath of this energy was simply too great. The two of them directly entered the black earth. The black earth kept rolling and colliding, but fortunately it was incomparably sturdy and wasn't damaged. The 4 ancient life forms were directly turned to dust by this energy. They had no time to escape. Silver Flower was also heavily injured. The slash slashed through the 2 5-colored palms and landed on her body, shattering her 5-colored armor once again. Not only that, but the sword also split her body in half. Silver Flower's miserable voice rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too miserable. Her body was directly split apart. The 2 halves of the corpse floated in the sky. Blood surged around her and dyed the void red, forming a sea of blood. Damn it! Silver Flower roared madly, and the 2 halves of her body quickly healed together. However, in an instant, it split apart again. The aura of the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silver Flower couldn't completely destroy it, unless it took a long time. But now, where could he find so much time? On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon walked out again. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dark red dragon also exclaimed. As expected of the dragon sword soul, it's indeed powerful. It can even kill such a terrifying ancient life form with a single slash. Kid, what do we do now? Looking at Silver Flower, who was still broken after more than 10 times, the dark red dragon asked with a smile. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with light. Of course, we'll destroy her soul. The other party wanted to kill him, so how could he hold back? Hearing these cold words, Silver Flower's soul screamed. Damn, kid, you dare to kill me? I'm a powerhouse of the Silver Electric race. If you kill me, the Silver Electric race won't let you off. I've already heard this 3 times. Not only you, but also those 3 prodigies. However, I still managed to kill him. So, such threats are useless against me. If you want to threaten me, try something new. Lin Xian sneered, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the soul ignition secret technique, and Silver Flower's soul seemed to be ignited. She screamed crazily. Damn it! Soul attack! Bloodline power! Condense for me! She roared crazily, and her soul controlled the surrounding sea of blood to crazily wrap around her. Although her body was gone, the sea of blood reformed and formed a blood person, temporarily wrapping around her soul. Silver Flower couldn't stop panting. That attack just now had caused her soul to be injured as well. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you off. A body formed by blood let out a cold voice. The next moment, the bloody hand waved and covered the 2 halves of the corpse. Then, Silver Flower controlled the blood in the sky and ran into the distance. To be honest, she was too shocked. The other party's sword chi was too strange. Her broken body couldn't heal. This was something she had never encountered before. So, she had to leave quickly. After returning to the clan and healing her body, she would kill the other party after recuperating. Now, she had to ensure her safety. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted and waved the dragon-shaped sword again. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the blood. The blood was quickly obliterated. In an instant, 1/3 of the blood was cut clean. Silver Flower screamed crazily. She was really scared. The other party was too terrifying. She didn't dare to say anything. She just ran crazily. She quickly formed hand seals and burned her blood to form a bloodline secret technique. She directly tore through the void and escaped. Not good, kid. She used a bloodline secret technique and burned her blood. Chase after her, the dark red, divine dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, the other party was too fast. He couldn't find her in an instant. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes above his head looked down at the ground. Soon, he discovered a monstrous blood-colored aura millions of miles away. Found her. Let's go. Ruffian Dragon used the array formation. The two of them activated the array formation, tore through the void, and quickly chased after her. In front of them, Silverflower increased her speed after using a secret technique. Then she heaved a sigh of relief. She swore that she would definitely take revenge. She would capture those two people and cut them into tens of thousands of pieces. However, not long after, she screamed. She was so scared that she almost wet her pants. The reason for that was because she discovered that not far away space had split open and two figures had actually appeared. Damn it, they're here. How is this possible? Chapter 2803. This scene scared Silverflower out of her wits. She used her secret technique again and didn't hesitate to burn her blood to escape. Lin Xian also activated the array formation. The two of them flew quickly in the sky, one in front and one behind. There were many figures in front of them. They were the human cultivators who were rushing over to watch the battle. Silverflower didn't know that. She thought that these people were called over by Lin Xian to surround and kill her. Therefore, she screamed, "Damn human, go to hell!" With a furious roar, the terrifying blood turned into a blood sword and rushed forward, slashing forward. In an instant, the void in front of them shattered. Many human cultivators were instantly killed. There were even a few invincible kings among them. Seeing this scene, the remaining warriors screamed like they had gone mad. Damn it, demon, he's a demon. He killed several invincible kings with a single sword strike and brought so many peerless almighties with him. Was this something a human could do? The powerhouses of the 10,000 Archean races were too terrifying. Damn it, was Lin Xian fighting with such a person? Where was he? Could it be that he had been killed? No way. Did you say that Lin Xian had died? These people were extremely shocked. Many of the saints and saintesses' eyelids twitched. Indeed, such an ancient powerhouse had exceeded their range of tolerance. They probably couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, the odds would be stacked against him. The people from the Yin-Yang sect and the Tuoba family all sneered. If Lin Xian was really killed, it would be great. It would be something worth celebrating. However, very soon they were stunned. Their expressions became extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. They all trembled, because the void not far away cracked open, and two figures walked out. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. After Lin Xian came out, he slashed forward with his sword. "Let's see where you can escape." Seeing that the other party was chasing after her again, Silverflower screamed and turned into a wave of blood that rolled into the distance. "Damn brat, just you wait, I won't let you off," she screamed as she ran. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly gave chase. The surrounding human ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. Their minds were blank, and they could not believe what they were seeing. What did they see? Lin Xian was pursuing an ancient powerhouse, and this ancient powerhouse could casually kill several invincible kings. Heavens, how is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? When did Lin Xian become so powerful? These people were all crazy. The saints and saintesses, in particular, were trembling in fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian had been killed, but who would have thought that things were not as they had imagined? It was Lin Xian chasing after the experts of the 10,000 ancient races. This scene was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering, chasing after Silverflower until she had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Finally, at 9 million miles, Lin Xian caught up to him. Using the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly fate god eye, he destroyed his opponent's soul. Pung! 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, sinking the ground. A sea of blood surged and enveloped the surroundings. Within a radius of 5 million miles, it was directly shattered. Nothing could be done about it. This was the blood of an ancient powerhouse. It contained extremely terrifying energy. Every drop was incomparably terrifying. Kid, don't waste this blood. It's good for us. The dark red divine dragon began to set up an array. The array rotated, collecting the surrounding blood. Lin Xian nodded. It was just right to use it to temper the 9 young divine body. Buzz. He entered the array, and the endless blood of the ancient powerhouse drowned the 2 of them. This blood carried monstrous killing intent and terrifying energy as it constantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body split open. He began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique of the 9 young divine body. This scene was too terrifying. Monstrous blood energy soared into the sky. That shocking aura was something that even invincible kings did not dare to casually step into. Therefore, the surrounding human martial art practitioners did not dare to approach at all. They could only watch this terrifying scene from outside. They were all guessing if that ancient powerhouse had fallen. Moreover, no one dared to go and watch. After all, even invincible kings were not enough to deal with that level of powerhouse. Amidst the vast mountains, a group of figures descended. These people were dressed in strange clothes, and they were very strange. There were terrifying patterns on their bodies. Obviously, they were not humans. These were the people of the ancient demon spider group. After they left the imperial capital, they came to this mountain range to look for the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb. The place where this spiritual herb was located was a damaged ruin, which should have been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, there were terrifying remnants of the array. There were even a few terrifying demon kings guarding the area. After all, the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb was not only wanted by these ancient creatures, but also by those powerful demon kings. The young man of the ancient demon spider clan, for souls, led his subordinates and began to break the array. He had even killed 2 powerful demon kings. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the surrounding mountains collapsed as if there was an earthquake. The sky shook and the earth shook. What was going on? What happened? Could it be that another demon king had come? Those ancient demon spider clan powerhouses were puzzled. For souls also frowned, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes, sweeping in all directions. However, he did not find any powerful demon kings. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the sky was dyed red, and a boundless aura was gathering in this direction. It was so terrifying. What was this? The other ancient demon spiders also saw this scene. They all rose into the air and looked into the distance. What a terrifying blood! Had a peerless powerhouse fallen? Or was he practicing some strange cultivation method? They looked into the distance and exclaimed. The monstrous energy contained in this sea of blood was too terrifying. Why do I feel that this blood is so familiar? It contains a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Could it be the blood of a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan? An ancient creature muttered in a low voice. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Don't talk nonsense. How could a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan fall? Although 3 geniuses have fallen, The blood of the three of them added together isn't as terrifying as this. This is definitely a peerless powerhouse. Who can kill such a powerhouse? Who dares to kill him? The ancient creatures were puzzled, for souls also frowned. The situation is not simple. Perhaps a terrifying human powerhouse has made a move. Four Souls' expression was also solemn. Chapter 2804. They carefully hid their auras and ignored the terrifying sea of blood. Instead, they sped up their attacks on the damaged ruins. On the other side, in the endless sea of blood, Lin Xian's 9 sons' body was rapidly absorbing the power in the blood. A heavy aura burst out, as if there were thousands of mountains in the sky. Finally, Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the sea of blood that filled the sky shattered. The energy was all absorbed by him and the dark red divine dragon. His divine body had broken through to the 6th stage of the second heaven. His strength and defense were much stronger than before. The dark red divine dragon's strength had also increased. The dragon blood in his body surged, bringing with it a monstrous pressure. Awesome? It's really awesome. The dark red divine dragon roared excitedly. He really hoped that he could kill a few more of these ancient powerhouses. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. These ancient powerhouses contained extremely terrifying bloodline power. Their energy was not inferior to the spiritual herbs of those characters. However, this kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. Lin Xian had spent a lot of effort to kill this silver flower. Kid, let's go back. You've killed so many silver electric powerhouses. The silver electric race will probably go crazy. If a few old monsters jump out, it'll be dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. He also had the same plan. He planned to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while to increase his strength again. After all, with the 10,000 ancient races coming out, there would probably be more and more monsters and powerhouses. Moreover, the silver electric race was only one of the stronger ones among the 10,000 ancient races. They were not the royal race or the royal race. One could imagine that the powerhouses of the royal race and the royal race would be even more terrifying. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible in order to compete with these people. The two of them were about to leave. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in the distance, followed by a thunderous sound. The sky shattered. The terrifying scene was shocking. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were taken aback by the aura. Was there a powerful enemy? The two of them were extremely nervous. One had to know that their strength had just increased and was much stronger than before. However, that light still shocked them. Could it be an expert from the Silver Lightning Village? The dark red dragon felt a chill run down its spine. Lin Xian quickly used his heavenly secret god eyes. The golden eye in the sky looked into the distance, trying to see through everything. Within the lush mountain, within the ruined cave dwelling, a formation flickered. A streak of sword light hacked out, directly killing several archaic creatures. The others also vomited mouthfuls of blood. These people were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their 4 souls were also injured, and their blood was boiling. His face was incomparably ugly. Damn it, they had tried to force their way out of the formation. Who would have thought that after so many years, the formation would still be so terrifying? It released a terrifying ray of light that directly killed a few of his subordinates. Even he almost died here. This left him with a lingering fear. My lord, what should we do? The ancient life forms' faces turned gloomy. The 4 souls quickly suppressed their injuries and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at them coldly. Oh no, who is it? The eyes were too cold, giving them a sense of oppression in their souls. It was as if a god above the 9 heavens was ruthlessly looking down at the sky. Retreat, retreat quickly. The four souls' face turned pale with fear. He waved his hand and quickly retreated into the distance. The ancient life forms also quickly retreated. They hid their auras. The golden eyes were naturally Lin Xian's. He used his heavenly secret god eyes to observe the situation in the distance. He saw clearly that in the distant mountain range, there were several corpses of ancient life forms, and blood was flowing. There was also a broken ancient cave dwelling. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. The dark red dragon asked, "Kid, how is it? What did you see?" Lin Xian told him what he saw. After hearing this, the dark red dragon narrowed its eyes. It seems that it should be an ancient ruin. However, it was discovered by these ancient life forms. He must have touched the formation just now, so he launched that attack. Lin Xian nodded. He thought so too. Moreover, he said that the corpses of those ancient life forms seemed to be from the ancient demon spider clan that he encountered in the palace. The ancient demon spider clan. The dark red dragon was also surprised. It's them. It seems that there must be something good in the broken cave dwelling. Should we go and take a look? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. If it was really those people in the imperial capital, he was not afraid now. Although there were many ancient life forms, and there was a young man who looked very powerful. He and the dark red dragon's strength were enough to deal with them. Therefore, they decided to go and check it out. After all, they were very thirsty for energy now. The two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the distant mountain range. Not long after, they descended from the sky. The dark red dragon saw a few ancient life forms' corpses in the surroundings, and there were terrifying energy remnants in the surroundings. Lin Xian looked around and found that there was no one around. The other ancient life forms should have left. The dark red dragon looked at the ancient cave dwelling in front of it, and its eyes shone with understanding. What a terrifying formation. Although it's so broken, it still has such a strong attack power. No wonder it can kill so many ancient life forms in an instant. Can we break it? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, who am I? Is there a formation that I can't break? Give me some time. I promise I'll break it. The dark red dragon swayed its tail, rushed forward, and began to study the formation. Lin Xian also came forward, and the two of them prepared to work together to break it. In the distance, the four souls led the ancient demon spiders away from the ancient palace and retreated into the distance. However, they did not leave. After all, they were determined to get the 8,000-year-old elixir in the ancient cave dwelling. However, they had to lie low for now. The four souls formed a seal with their palms, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. Around the ancient cavern, the eyes of the corpses of the ancient life forms that had been killed suddenly moved. They also flickered with a strange light and began to move. This scene was very strange. Lin Xian did not notice it because he did not expect that the eyes of the dead could not move. Sir, what's the situation? Is it a human Holy Lord level powerhouse? The ancient demon spiders in the distance asked. The four souls shook his head. No, damn it, it's that kid. It's that Lin Xian. What? Are you talking about the Immortal Palace clan? He actually came here? Is he going to rob us? Chapter 2805. For souls also frowned. That shouldn't be the case. I already told that Silver Flower. Logically speaking, with Silver Flower's strength, she should be able to easily kill the other party. But why was the other party still alive? Could it be that Silver Flower did not encounter the other party? Thinking about it, he felt that there was only such a possibility. He never thought that the two sides would meet, and Silver Flower would be killed. In his view, this was impossible. He was very clear about how powerful Silver Flower's strength was. How could this kid possibly contend with the one in front of him? However, when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon cracking the array formation, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Don't act rashly. These two people seem to have a certain level of attainment in array formations. They are cracking the array formation of the ancient cave mansion. Wait for them to crack the array formation. Then we'll charge in and snatch that 8,000-year-old spirit medicine. At the same time, kill these two people. A cruel light emerged in his eyes. The others laughed as well. Yes, that ancient array formation was too great a threat to them. A divine light directly killed several of their companions. They did not dare to face it anymore. Now that someone helped them crack the array formation, that was really too good. These people all waited here patiently. This wait lasted for 8 days. On this day, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon made a move and finally found the flaw of the array formation, successfully cracking the array formation. With a crack, that ancient peerless killing intent disappeared, and the light of the array formation also dimmed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon both breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, for souls and these ancient demon spider race creatures also cheered wildly in excitement. Great! It's cracked! Finally cracked! Did not expect these two guys to have such high attainments in array formations. To be able to crack this kind of peerless array formation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go! For souls stood up, and with a wave of their hands, they flew forward overwhelmingly. In front, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon prepared to enter after the two broke the array formation. However, they frowned instead. They perceived a powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind. Many figures flickered, flying towards the side. Damn it, someone's coming. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his face sank. It was a member of the ancient demon spider clan. What? They're back? Damn it, they couldn't have been waiting here for us to break the formation, right? The dark red divine dragon instantly understood the reason behind this. These guys actually dared to let us take the lead and reap the benefits of others. He really wanted to kill them. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then let's kill them. He turned around, and the two of them stood side by side as they stared at the 6 primordial creatures that had appeared before them. The person at the front was none other than the 4th soul. He brought his 5 subordinates to the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to break the formation. Thank you very much. Don't worry, since you've broken the formation, I'll give you a quick death. Let you die less painfully. If you have any last words, please leave them. Behind him, the primordial creatures all sneered. They looked down at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, as if they were looking at dead people. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, you want to kill us? Who do you think you are? Come here. I'll slap you to death. Lin Xian also sneered. He had even killed the powerful silver flower, let alone these primordial creatures. You're really courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body burst out with a biting, cold aura. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can contend against me just because you killed 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses? The 4th soul sneered. Let me tell you, the strongest of the 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses only has 12,000 units of archaic power. However, I've reached 18,000 units of archaic power. I can also easily kill all 3 of them together. Kid, you're not my match at all. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you offend me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Kid, hurry up and kneel. Before our Lord gets angry, you're dead. The primordial creatures beside him also hooted and sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. 18,000 units of archaic power. They were indeed powerful. But so what? He could even kill Silverflower, who had 30,000 units of archaic power, let alone a mere opponent. Moreover, he didn't need to use the dragon-shaped sword Shadow. His own strength was enough to kill the opponent. One had to know that according to the dark red divine dragon, he had reached 21,000 units of archaic power. Now, his 9 young divine body had improved again, and his archaic power was estimated to be around 22,000 units. The dark red divine dragon beside him also had about 21,000 units. Either of them could easily get rid of the other. Where did the other party get the confidence to show off in front of them? How about this? I won't kill you. Lin Xian gazed ahead. Hand over all your ancient treasures. At the same time, each of you will give me half of your primordial blood. I can spare your lives. What? Lin Xian's words had completely angered these primordial creatures. They would give him half of their blood and give him all their treasures? What a joke. They were the 10,000 ancient races, high and mighty. Humans were only their slaves. Now, a slave dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know what death was. The fourth soul was so angry that his face darkened. Kid, you're dead meat. I've decided that I'll make you wish you were dead. He roared angrily and charged over. His posture was very arrogant. His palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon at the same time. He wanted to capture the two of them together. This was because he was very confident. 18,000 units of archaic power made him too powerful. Unless it was an even more terrifying existence from the ancient royal family or the imperial family, only then would they be able to threaten him. Otherwise, it would be an extremely terrifying senior figure. He didn't put someone like Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He raised his fist and punched out. This punch was simple and direct, but it was also very violent. The 9 Suns' divine fist was unleashed like a sun, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. This punch directly blasted the huge palm into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and bones shattered all over the ground. The fourth soul screamed, as if he had gone crazy. His palm trembled nonstop, and his face was filled with fear. The ancient life forms in the surroundings were also stunned. The other party had actually broken their lord's attack with a single punch, and even crippled their lord's palm. This made them incredulous. Chapter 2806. Damn it, could it be that the other party used some terrifying weapon? Before they could figure it out, the Four Souls Hall screamed again. That was because the dark red dragon spewed out balls of flames that enveloped the remaining half of the palm. Whoosh! The palm was burning rapidly. The dark red dragon's strength also exceeded the Four Souls Hall's, so in an instant, half of the Four Souls Hall's arm was ignited. He screamed crazily, and the mysterious patterns on his body appeared, forming a force that suppressed the flames. His body was charred black, his face pale, and he kept panting. His cold eyes were spewing flames. Damn it, you've completely angered me. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He roared, and the broken arm was restored again. At the same time, the patterns on his body became more and more terrifying. Behind him, a few black branches appeared. There were yellow flower runes on them, making them look like tree branches. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were spider feet. They were originally from the ancient demonic spider clan, and their main bodies were large spiders. At this moment, the Four Souls Hall transformed into their main bodies. 8 spider feet bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Each of them was like a peerless divine spear, piercing through the void and quickly charging toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Go to hell, kid. He roared crazily. 8 silhouettes that looked like divine spears pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This time, he didn't hold back at all. He could easily kill several holy saint-level heavenly gums. So, in his opinion, this time, the other party was definitely dead for sure. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian let out a long roar and took a step forward. His hand shone with golden light as he grabbed forward. In an instant, he grabbed the 4 divine spears and then pulled hard. With a crack, the 4 souls' Hall's claws were directly broken. An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by screams, and blood splattered again. The 4 souls' Hall was in so much pain that it almost fainted. Its claws were easily broken by the other party. How is that possible? He was too shocked. He had 18,000 archaic power. How did the other party resist? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. In the next moment, he screamed again because his other 4 claws were also shattered by the dark red dragon. All 8 of his claws were broken. This made him roll in the sky in pain. Damn it! Kill them! Kill them! The 4 souls Hall roared crazily and ordered his subordinates to attack. He needed time to recover. Those archaic creatures quickly moved. Although the other party's strength, they had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, the 5 of them quickly formed a terrifying killing formation, preparing to join forces to kill the other party. Sure enough, the 5 of them stood separately in the air, clawing at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies, and mysterious patterns appeared on each of their bodies. They were activating their bloodline power. Indeed, an illusory figure appeared in the middle of the 5 of them. It was an ancient illusory figure that emitted an incomparably terrifying aura that could crush the 9 heavens. Of yellows of them, of yellow patterns covered it. Its cold eyes were like an archaic beast looking down on the world. It was too terrifying. This was the ancestral awakening shadow that was activated by their bloodline power. Each of the 5 souls Hall had about 12,000 archaic power. If they fought Lin Xian, they wouldn't be a match for him. However, the ancient era's silhouettes that they summoned by combining all of their powers were extremely terrifying. Its aura seemed to be stronger than the 4 souls Hall's. Behind them, the 4 souls Hall had recovered from his injuries. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and rushed over. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the archaic shadow. In the next moment, he also activated his bloodline power. Roar! The archaic demonic spider roared, and a terrifying light bloomed on its body. It became more and more solid. It was as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. It was too terrifying. His power rose again. Go to hell, kid. With the 4 souls Hall's 4 souls Hall as the leader, the other 5 archaic creatures attacked together to activate the archaic shadow. They were courting death. Lin Xian roared and pulled out his ancient sword. Sword chi erupted from his body, and the dragon sword spirit in his body roared as he quickly slashed forward. The long sword was like a dragon, mercilessly slashing down. In the sky, it was as if thousands of mountains were descending. Puff! The terrifying archaic shadow, the archaic demonic spider, was split in half by the sword. The 5 archaic creatures that attacked also suffered a backlash and were torn apart. Even the 4 souls Hall's body was cut in half. He was in so much pain that he screamed and rolled in the sky. Damn it! Impossible! How is this possible? At this moment, he was extremely terrified. The other party's sword was able to injure 6 of them. It was too terrifying. One had to know that their attack just now definitely exceeded 20,000 archaic power. Even so, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Who was the other party? Could it be that the other party's strength was above 20,000 archaic power? He didn't dare to imagine. I've said it before. Since you don't want to leave, then go to hell obediently. Lin Xian's fingers moved, and several sword chi pierced through the souls of the 5 archaic creatures. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the Four Souls Hall and slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No, no, you can't kill me. I'm the young master of the archaic demonic spider clan. If you kill me, you're dead. We, the archaic demonic spider clan, will never let you go. My grandfather is a grand elder. The Four Souls Hall screamed crazily. His identity was extremely extraordinary. It could be said that he was very high in the archaic demonic spider clan. The other archaic races didn't dare to provoke him, let alone humans. Therefore, he wanted to use his identity to suppress the other party. Is that so? So what? Lin Xian was unmoved, and the long sword still slashed down. This scene made the Four Souls Hall extremely desperate. In his opinion, as long as he used his identity, even the saints and princes of the sacred grounds would have to crawl under his feet. However, the other party was not moved at all, and still wanted to kill him. He screamed and wanted to escape, but how could he escape? In an instant, his body was shattered. Only a head was left, and his head was also constantly changing, transforming into the appearance of his original spider body. In the next moment, he burned the power of his bloodline, wanting to escape. Lin Xian reached out a golden palm, enveloping heaven and earth, firmly sealing him. Still want to escape? Do you think you're so powerful? Crushing everyone? In front of me, you're just an ant. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being crushed by others. The killing intent on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. The head trembled nonstop, unable to bear it, and shattered into pieces. Chapter 2807. Grandpa, save me. Si Han was overjoyed. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sinisterly. Kid, you're dead meat. This is what my grandpa left for me. Let's see how you fight against it. His grandpa was the supreme elder of the ancient demonic spider clan, and his strength was terrifying. He had left a life-saving talisman in his body. This talisman would only be activated when his life was at stake. Now was the time. Si Han was not worried at all. He knew how terrifying his grandpa's strength was. Although it was only a life-saving talisman, he believed that no one could resist it. Sure enough, in the sky, the light transformed into an old man floating in the void. Although it was only an illusion, it emitted a supreme aura that caused the entire world to tremble. A mere human dares to go against the ancient demonic spider clan? Kneel down and accept your death. The old figure shrouded Lin Xian with a supreme pressure, wanting to blast Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul in his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar to fight against the old man. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The old man's expression changed. Dragon, you have dragon power. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who's going to kill you. Lin Xian pulled out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and released a terrifying power. The dark red dragon came to his side and poured its power into it. Roar! The 1,000-foot-long dragon shadow slashed down mercilessly. Die, old man. He wanted to end the battle quickly and not leave too many traces because he realized that the light figure was too terrifying. It was not weaker than Yin Hua from before. Yin Hua had used all its power to release such a terrifying aura, and it was only a soul imprint in front of him, but it was already so terrifying. He thought that the old man's true body would be very heaven-defying. Therefore, he had to get rid of the trouble quickly. You're courting death. Seeing that the ant dared to attack him, the old man roared angrily, and his body erupted with endless light. A fist punched out and collided with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. In the next moment, the apocalyptic scene appeared again. Although this old man was strong, he was still killed by the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was smashed into pieces. Seeing this, the four souls screamed crazily. That was a life-saving talisman that his grandfather had left for him. Yet it was useless against him. Right now, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke the other party? However, he no longer had the chance to regret. His head had turned into ashes, and his soul had been completely destroyed by the sword. With a single sword strike, the sky was split apart, and a gigantic fissure that spanned millions of miles appeared on the ground. All of the ancient creatures had been completely wiped out. Everything, including the soul of the Supreme Elder, no longer existed. If anyone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. Fortunately, there was no one around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the primordial relic in a flash, inside a spirit vein. Beneath the ground, there were countless caves. Inside the caves, there were spider webs that filled the sky. On the dense spider webs, there were terrifying spiders crawling one after another. These were all ancient demon spiders. This cave was the habitat of the ancient demon spider clan. At this moment, in the deepest part of the spirit vein, a large spider suddenly opened its eyes. It was an old man, and its eyes were bursting with a piercing cold light. "Damn it! How dare you kill my grandson? I must tear you into pieces." A terrifying voice roared in the 9 heavens. The entire ancient demon spider clan was shaken. What? The grandson of the Supreme Elder was killed? Could it be the 4 souls? No way. Who dares to kill him? Is it another ancient royal family? No. The Supreme Elder's soul mark should be in the body of the Supreme Elder, which can definitely save his life. Who did it? These people were very puzzled. The Supreme Elder's face was also gloomy. The soul imprint he left behind was also destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he didn't know who it was that did it. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. You must find out who killed the 4 souls. No matter who he is, I won't let him go. The Supreme Elder's voice was cold. The experts of the ancient demon spider clan moved out one after another. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the ancient ruins. The 2 of them walked carefully, but fortunately, there were no other dangers in the ruins except for the terrifying killing array outside. The 2 of them ran all the way and finally came to the medicine field and found that most of the spirit herbs had withered. This made the dark red divine dragon feel that it was a pity if these spirit herbs were left to the present. They would definitely be peerless treasures. However, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a spirit herb that was still alive, and it was growing very vigorously. The dark red divine dragon stared at the spirit herb and was also very surprised. This spirit herb was more than half a meter tall, crystal clear, like an immortal herb, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. "Kid, you're rich," the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. And Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Indeed, he was rich. He carefully plucked the spirit herb and then put it away. Using it as a catalyst, coupled with other treasures, I can refine a furnace of good pills. Let's go. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Apart from formations, he had not neglected his alchemy skills. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. He was very clear about Lin Xian's alchemy skills. That effect was much stronger than consuming the heaven and earth treasures alone. Therefore, he was a little impatient. The 2 of them left the cave, and in a flash, they soared into the sky and returned to the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills, and the dark red divine dragon studied the formations. At the same time, The true spirit world shook violently. One by one, the ancient races revived. Apart from the previous time when they sent out messengers, they made a bigger move this time. Young geniuses walked out from the 10,000 ancient races, and they challenged the saints, saintesses, princes, and princesses. They swept all the way, and everyone was terrified. They even declared that they would defeat all the human geniuses and let everyone know who was the future master of this world. Not good. The four simple saints lost. The Reverence Moon Saintess lost too. The New Myriad Thunder Saint lost too. The Yin Yang Sect Saint lost too. The Divine Wind Dynasty's Prince lost too. News swept across the world like a hurricane. The saints and saintesses, who were looked up to and stood at the peak of the young generation, were defeated one after another. The human ancient martial art practitioners could not accept this scene at all. They felt that the sky was about to collapse. As for the names of the ancient races, they were like comets that swept across the continent. Fire Cloud Race, Heavenly Dog Race, Silver Lightning Race, Ancient Demonic Spider Race, Demonic Ape Race. Terrifying ancient races appeared one after another. Their young geniuses were very terrifying. However, there were a few people in the human race who were equally terrifying. Chapter 2808. The most dazzling of them all was Yi Wudao. The Yi family's sacred physique was naturally the center of attention, attracting countless Archean creatures to challenge him. However, the sacred physique was too terrifying. He had yet to be defeated, which made the human powerhouses heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a sacred physique. The Yao Guang sage of the eastern wilderness was also shocking. He displayed powerful combat strength, defeating Archean prodigies who came to challenge him one after another. The Gu family's Gu Santong was also terrifying. There was also Morong Qingchen and Shinjingqiu. They also rose to prominence in this chaos. The other person was even more shocking, the Taixien sage. He usually did not reveal his strength, but the combat strength he displayed now was extremely terrifying. This made everyone realize that he had been hiding his strength before. On the middle ground side, there was the great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and the Ninely Crown Prince. The three of them were also incomparably terrifying as they swept through the area. The Demon King Palace, Hua Tiandu, and Yan Ryu were powerful, but recently the Demon King Palace and the 10,000 Archean tribe were very close, which made everyone even more worried. On the western desert side, Wu Chun and No Flower were also terrifying. The southern mountains Yen Nantian was even more terrifying. The victories of these prodigies made the human race feel gratified. Fortunately, they still had hope, especially the top geniuses among the titled prodigies. They could definitely survive the Archean Age contest. They could even advance further. However, what surprised them was that there was no news of Lin Xian. That was not right. Logically speaking, as the Middle Emperor, Lin Xian should have received countless challenges. Why was there no news? Could it be that Lin Xian was defeated? Impossible. If he was defeated, the news would be even more terrifying. Could it be that he did not dare to fight? Perhaps there was something else? Everyone was discussing. After all, they knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, Lin Xian had forcefully chased away the Silver Electric Tribe's envoy. Later, they heard that he had killed 3 Silver Electric Tribe prodigies in the imperial capital. With such a strong attitude and terrifying strength, how could he be afraid of these Archean creatures? However, there had been no news of Lin Xian recently. They discussed animatedly, and many of them even began to investigate. During this period of time, archaic heavenly talents came one after another, wishing to challenge Lin Xian. However, they were all blocked outside the Peerless Formation. The Hall Master was in seclusion, and was not prepared to fight for the time being. The ancient creature didn't believe it. It thought that Lin Xian was afraid. Actually, Lin Xian was really in seclusion. He had just obtained an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb from the ancient ruins and was using it to refine a cauldron of pills to increase his strength. This time, he had been in seclusion for a long time to refine the pill. He had made ample preparations, so he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, the Archean prodigies only laughed coldly. He directly announced that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. What Central Emperor? It turned out to be a coward. A sky pride from the Tiango clan sneered. The Tiango race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. It was said that they could swallow the moon. This sky pride had the head of a dog and the body of a human. He had a pair of white wings on his back and looked very strange. That's right. How dare he be called the Central Emperor? I think he should give up the title as soon as possible. How can he be worthy of the word emperor? A sky pride from the fire cloud race also snorted disdainfully. His entire body was bathed in flames, carrying a terrifying divine fire. It surged into the sky, and wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. On the Silver Lightning race's side, killing intent surged. This time, several sky prides came and directly clamored to kill Lin Xian on the spot. They had no choice. The incident in the imperial capital had already spread. 3 of their Silver Lightning race's geniuses were killed in public by Lin Xian. Even their souls did not escape. That was a slap to their faces in public. They had to return the favor, so they had to kill the other party in front of everyone in the world. Seeing how arrogant these ancient royal family members were, Lin Xian's supporters couldn't take it anymore. They also said, "What are you so arrogant for? How can you compare to God Lin Xian's strength?" That's right, God Lin Xian is a titled sky pride, and his strength is on par with Yi Dao Denier. If you have the ability, go and challenge Yi Dao Denier first. That's right. Let's see if you can beat him. Those people snorted coldly and quickly counterattacked. However, the people from the 10,000 archaic races clamored again. Sacred bodies are very powerful. But so what? Up until now, the ancient royal family hasn't made a move yet. There are still the ancient royal family above us. Do you think those people can resist a sky pride like that? When those words were said, the world was shocked again. Soon, news about the 10,000 archaic races spread. Everyone learned about the ancient races. They also knew how terrifying those royal families were. There were even more terrifying royal families. They were equivalent to the ancient noble families of the human race, and from the looks of it, they were even more terrifying than the ancient noble families. Not only that, but some primordial language and primordial power were also spread. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Every day, there would be sky pride battles. The awakening of these primordial races was too powerful. Although the human race had top sky prides like Yi Dao Denier and Yen Nan Tian, most of them were not a match for these primordial races. For a moment, they were suppressed miserably. Not long after, important news spread, causing the human sky prides to exclaim even more. Their hearts were incomparably heavy. A peerless sky pride of the Blood Moon clan had appeared. Soon, he would fight against the top sky prides of the human race. The Blood Moon clan was one of the ancient royal families. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When this news spread, the world was in an uproar. Were the ancient royal families finally going to make a move? The human race trembled, while the other 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. Ha ha ha! You humans are dead meat. That's right. The royal family is finally going to make a move. They were too excited. The royal family was an extremely terrifying existence. The power of their bloodline was even purer and more terrifying. Sure enough, not long after, news spread. In the Great Rift Valley of the Northern Plains, they saw a majestic figure soaring into the sky. That figure was majestic, and his blood chi surged into the sky. Wherever he passed, a sea of blood rolled, forming a blood-red ring. It caused the world to tremble. It was said that a few invincible kings went to investigate out of curiosity. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This scene caused the human race to exclaim in shock. Even Yi Dao, the Alcade sage, the great Xia prince, dustless, and the others had grave expressions. Was the primordial royal family Sky Pride going to make a move? It seemed that it should be very terrifying. This was not the end. After the Blood Moon Clan's Sky Pride, another terrifying existence appeared. In the endless mountains of the Nanling Mountains, a blue figure descended forcefully. All living beings within 1,000,000 miles were slaughtered. That person was like a fiend god. With one move, he killed countless lives and swallowed their souls. Chapter 2809. When the news spread, the human race was terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. The Blue Devil race. Ha ha! Another royal race has appeared. While they were excited, their eyes were also filled with fear. The Blue Devil race was powerful, and they were good at devouring the souls of others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, they must not provoke them. All sorts of news about the Blue Devil race spread, and the world was abuzz with discussion. The appearance of two primordial royal race geniuses gave the human race a lot of pressure. Would Yi Wudao and the others be able to resist? Boom, boom, boom. The sky cracked open in the eastern wilderness, and countless silver rays of light fell down like a silver waterfall, causing a phenomenon. Everyone looked up, and the older generation figures were even more shocked. What a grand display! What a terrifying phenomenon! A terrifying roar came from the silver river that filled the sky. A roar shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The mountains below trembled, and the earth cracked open. Many human cultivators fainted. The weaker ones turned into blood that dyed the sky red. Damn it! Hurry up and activate the array formation. The human powerhouses roared, and the cities activated their array formations to defend themselves. They were furious, and they gritted their teeth. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races. It was definitely the 10,000 ancient races. They had caused such a terrifying commotion. They were massacring the human race. They were too damned. Many human invincible powerhouses wanted to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The impact of the other party was too great. However, they were stopped by an even more terrifying existence. Don't be rash. This is only the younger generation. Let the younger generation deal with it. If we make a move, it will probably cause an even more terrifying battle. That's right, the people in the Silver River were indeed the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. The Silver Race's geniuses. The Silver Race was also a royal race. This scene shocked everyone even more, especially the human race's geniuses. Their faces were filled with despair. The reason for that was because the ancient royal family was simply too terrifying. Just the aura they emitted made them tremble. They were simply unable to resist. Even Leaf Dao and the Alcade Holy Sun had serious expressions on their faces as they felt threatened. Since the royal races had appeared, could the royal races be far away? These geniuses of the ancient royal families walked through the true spirit world. Wherever they went, everyone would give way. No one dared to fight with them. These powerful sky prides did not strike out immediately. It seemed like they were looking for the right person. For a moment, everyone in the world panicked. Many people even went into seclusion, afraid that they would be chosen by the other party. Central State, Immortal Palace. Within Immortal Palace's pill refining room, the door was tightly shut. radiant formations surrounded it. This was the place where Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills. However, at this moment, a burst of pill fragrance wafted out from the pill concoction room, passing through the formation and spreading out. This scene made all of Immortal Palace's martial artists cry out in alarm. How fragrant! It was the Hallmaster. The Hallmaster's pill was almost complete. Such a fragrant medicinal pill was definitely different. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Their palace master was too miraculous. At such a young age, not only was he powerful, his attainments in alchemy were also terrifying. The dark red divine dragon rushed over from afar, and upon smelling the pill fragrance, it cried out in excitement. "Ha ha! Success! Brat, you're really something." He was really too excited. He knew that this was refined using 8,000 years old spirit herbs from ancient ruins. The effect was absolutely terrifying. In fact, he even provided some of his blood. It seemed like the effect was surprisingly good. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the pill refining room in front slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out, his face also full of joy. "Congratulations, Hallmaster! Congratulations, Hallmaster!" Immortal Palace's martial artists cheered one after another. Lin Xian also smiled and nodded. He asked, what happened outside these few days? He had already been in seclusion for more than a month, so he was naturally not too clear about the outside world. However, he thought that those ancient royal races should be reviving more and more. Following that, it was the elders who told Lin Xian all of the major events that happened in the past month. After Lin Xian heard, he frowned, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He did not expect that the 10,000 ancient races were actually so arrogant. In addition to sending out envoys last time, they actually sent out their own geniuses to cause trouble. Many saints and saintesses were even defeated miserably. Fortunately, Yi Wudao and the others had risen up, restoring hope to the human race. What comforted him the most was that Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were equally strong and had obtained victory in this battle. However, when he learned that the geniuses of the ancient royal races had also appeared, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. It seemed that just the appearance of the ancient royal races had caused an abnormally terrifying scene. They definitely had an extremely powerful bloodline strength and terrifying supernatural abilities. This kind of person was definitely a great enemy of the world. There was also another matter. The martial artist in front said, "Hallmaster, in this past month, the Silver Lightning race, Celestial Dog race, and Fire Cloud race's geniuses have constantly come to provoke us, but we have rejected them all. However, they actually spread word that the Hallmaster is afraid. How hateful! However, the Hallmaster said that we should not act rashly, so we did not touch them. They did not dare to fight. Afraid?" After Lin Xian heard this, he coldly snorted, and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will go into seclusion now and consume these pills. When I come out, it will be the time of their deaths." After saying this, Lin Xian strode towards the Star Palace. The dark red dragon also followed. Soon, the two of them entered seclusion and consumed the refined pills. Not only did these pills contain 8,000-year-old spirit herbs, but they also had the effect of dragon blood. It was incomparably terrifying. Half a month later, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation base rose again. He ate half of the pills and gave the other half to the dark red dragon. His strength had risen to the peak of the early 8-star realm. The dragon sword soul had also risen, and the 9-yang divine body had reached the 7th stage of the second layer. Currently, Lin Xian's Archean power should be around 25,000. This was without using a half-step sage artifact or the dragon sword soul. Once he used the half-step sage artifact and the dragon sword soul, his Archean power would rise again. The improvement this time gave Lin Xian a lot of confidence. Not to mention the Silver Lightning clan. He was confident that he could kill the prides of the Archean royal family. Boom, boom. On the other side, the dark red dragon also came out of seclusion. He also looked up to the sky and laughed. His strength had risen. It had reached 24,000 Archean power. Of course, under the condition of using some secret techniques and burning dragon blood, his Archean power would also rise rapidly. Kid, you are really abnormal. You are actually stronger than me. The dark red dragon was shocked to see Lin Xian's Archean power, as expected of someone who had the dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body. He had improved more than him. One had to know that he was not an ordinary dragon. He was a divine dragon with a powerful bloodline. However, Lin Xian had improved more than him. It was really shocking. However, when he thought about the great dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body, he felt relieved. Chapter 28:10. The cultivators around him became excited when they saw this scene. They had been too sullen these days. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The geniuses of the Silver Lightning race, Heavenly Dog race, and Fire Cloud race would come from time to time. They were extremely arrogant. They didn't put Immortal Palace in their eyes at all, and even said all kinds of bad things about Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion, they could finally beat up these 10,000 ancient races. Outside Immortal Palace, many archaic creatures stood in the void. They were from the Silver Lightning race, Heavenly Dog race, and Fire Cloud race. Their mission was to stay here and wait. As long as Lin Xian appeared, they would report it to the geniuses of their races and let their peerless geniuses come to kill him, spread the news to the world. However, it had been more than a month, and the other party hadn't come out at all. However, they had plenty of patience. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned as if someone was about to come out. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures all became excited. Could it be that someone was about to appear? Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared ahead. The array formation in front of them churned as figures walked out one after another. The person in the lead was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair danced wildly, as if he was an immortal. Beside him followed a dark red dragon. There were many figures behind him. They were all Immortal Palace's cultivators. It's that kid. It's that Lin Xian. He came out. He finally came out. The Silver Lightning race's experts cried out in surprise. They had a grudge with Lin Xian, so they naturally knew what he looked like. Therefore, when he came out, they were the first to discover him. The Heavenly Dog race and Fire Cloud race's archaic creatures also cried out in surprise. Was it that kid? He was really lucky. Hurry up and send a message to our geniuses. The three great archaic creatures quickly sent a message. That Lin Xian actually came out 5 million miles away. A figure soared into the sky. This person had a human body, a dog head, and a pair of wings on his back. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the Heavenly Dog race's geniuses. It seems that my luck is really good. He soared into the air. Countless clouds tumbled beneath his feet, forming a large dark cloud that carried him as he quickly flew into the distance. He was extremely arrogant. This scene was extremely terrifying. As for the martial artists in the surrounding millions of li, they all noticed this. Look, what's that? How terrifying. It was a dog demon. Are you tired of living? What dog demon? That was an expert from the Tiango clan. The Heavenly Dog race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were said to be able to devour the moon. If he said the wrong thing again, he would lose his life. The Tiango clan? Their prodigies had defeated several princes of the imperial empires. What were they going to do now? It was rumored that they had always been lingering around Immortal Palace wanting to challenge Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian never appeared. Looking at the other party's anxious appearance, could it be that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion? No, they want to challenge Lin Xian. Cries of surprise could be heard. Let's go and take a look. These people couldn't hold it in any longer. They quickly soared into the sky, and also flew forward. In their eyes, Lin Xian was a godlike existence. He was a monument, one of the top young prodigies. However, there was no news of him before, which shocked everyone. The ancient creatures said that Lin Xian was afraid and didn't dare to come out. However, these human powerhouses didn't believe it, especially those who had experienced the nest of 10,000 dragons. Back then, it was Lin Xian who split the nest of 10,000 dragons open with a single sword strike and saved everyone. That was something that even the sacred leaders and sect masters couldn't do. How could such a person be afraid? There must be another reason. From the looks of it, the other party was really going to come out. That's right, the one who came out this time was Lin Xian. He walked out of the array formation and looked around. Soon, he saw 7 or 8 ancient creatures nearby. However, he didn't care at all. Although these ancient creatures were powerful, in his eyes, they were similar to ants. He knew that this shouldn't be a genius from the 10,000 ancient races. You're that Lin Xian? The ancient creature from the Tiango race walked up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and ignored him. Beside him, Hui Dao stood out. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our hall master? Get lost! As he spoke, his saber flew out. You're courting death. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was furious. He also stretched out his claw, and it was like a mountain that pressed down. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was forced back. Hu Yidao snorted coldly and put away his saber. Let your peerless prodigy come out. How dare you insult our hall master? Today is the day you die, my day of death. What arrogant words! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. Immediately after, a terrifying figure descended. It was the young prodigy of the Tiango race. The moment he appeared, he was like an ancient, demonic mountain that froze the sky. The aura of the entire world seemed to have solidified. The pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Formless power surged downwards, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others, intending to crush them. Not good. Hu Yidao and the others' expressions changed. That aura was too terrifying. They had to admit that the other party was indeed terrifying. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to stand with his hands behind his back. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, forming 2 sword lights that slashed forward. They met the attack head-on and directly shattered the pressure. You're the prodigy of the Tiango race? Lin Xian looked at the other party and asked coldly. He had to confirm the other party's identity. If he was a piece of trash, he wouldn't be worthy of his attack. That's right. I'm the prodigy of the Tiango race, Xiao Yu. You'd better remember this. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? Do you think that you can scare me with just you alone? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Come on, I'll kill you today and eat your dog meat. Hearing this, the martial artists of Immortal Palace all laughed excitedly. The ninjas of the Tiango race were so angry that they vomited blood, especially Xiao Yu, whose face was gloomy. You're courting death. A palm came down like a mountain, pressing down from the sky. He was furious that the other party dared to provoke him. He swore that he would teach the other party a lesson. The sky broke open, and the terrifying palm rolled. A mountain fell from the sky. This scene. It happened to be seen by the human martial artists who rushed over from afar. Those human martial artists cried out in surprise. It was an expert of the Tiango race. It was him. He was Xiao Yu. He had already defeated 3 saints. His strength was terrifying. What? It was actually him. He was from the Tiango race, an extremely terrifying prodigy. Chapter 2811. These human warriors had also started to use the title of Archean power. Moreover, they now knew what 20,000 Archean power meant. Among the younger generation, they represented the pinnacle of existence. One had to know that an ordinary saint only had 17,000 to 17,000 Archean power. 20,000. It definitely surpassed an ordinary saint. A saint could easily kill an ordinary saint. Looking at the claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and pointed forward. As he pointed forward, his golden finger shone with an unparalleled light. It carried a terrifying sword qi and shot straight into the sky, courting death. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was enraged. He grabbed at his opponent with one hand. He was already arrogant enough. However, his opponent was even more arrogant than him. He directly stretched out a finger to fight against him. Who was he? He was a prodigy of the heavenly dog race. He was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he roared angrily. The power on his palm increased again. With an unparalleled momentum, he crushed down. Since his opponent looked down on him, he would kill him in one blow. Facing the increased power, Lin Xian was not afraid. His finger continued to shine as he pointed forward. However, the power was also stronger than before. A dragon's roar erupted from his finger. It turned into a giant dragon and shot up 90,000 miles. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. This time, it directly pierced through the giant palm in the sky. Blood splattered all over the sky as terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Xiao Yu was shocked. He could not believe that his opponent had broken through his palm. Damn it! This kid was so strong. His face was ugly. He stretched out his other palm. This time, his palm was even more terrifying. It was like the palm of an Archean demonic beast. It stretched out from the sky. The human warriors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Many people were sent flying by this aura. Some even fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. As expected of the Central Emperor, those Archean demonic beasts roared crazily. Kill him! They must kill him! Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his left fist and punched out. It was like a blazing sun. Boom! This punch directly blew up the other party's palm once again. The sea of blood in the sky surged, and a miserable cry rang out. Xiao Yu roared furiously in the sky. How despicable! 2 moves, 2 of his palms were smashed apart by the other party. Aside from the pain, what he felt was even more unbearable. Shame, shame. This was his greatest shame, shame. Ever since he made his debut, he had easily killed 3 prodigies and saints, which made him think that there were not many humans who could be his match. But now he had suffered 2 losses at the hands of the other party. This was unbearable for him. Brat, you've angered me. I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. It was like a vast ocean that shattered the void. A terrifying light descended from the sky, intending to destroy all traces of the world. Xiao Yu did not hold back in this attack, and its might caused the expressions of many figures of the older generation to change drastically. The faces of the human race experts also changed. They started to worry for Lin Xian. In the distance, the archaic life forms roared wildly. This was a killing move. Previously, it was this move that Xiao Yu easily defeated the other 3 sons. Therefore, in their view, Lin Xian similarly could not block this move. But very unfortunately, this time they guessed wrong. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian was fearless. He did not dodge at all, directly reaching out his palm and grabbing over. This time, his palm also became infinitely large, as if it became a world, enveloping all things. In the center of his palm, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if it was a real starry sky universe. These were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, carrying an extremely powerful spiritual energy aura, directly obliterating Xiao Yu's attack. Not only that, this palm even enveloped Xiao Yu. What? It was broken. Was it so easy to break it? Those archaic life forms were stunned, especially the Tiango race archaic life forms. Their faces were full of horror, not daring to believe it. That was their ultimate killing move, and it was actually broken so easily. Who the hell was this brat? On the human side, everyone cried out wildly. As expected of the Central Emperor, too terrifying. It was not something those saints could compare to at all. Previously, when Xiao Yu defeated the other three saints, they also saw the battle. At that time, they reckoned that there were probably not many people who could defeat Xiao Yu. Even if they could, it would be very difficult. But now, the shock that Lin Xian had given them was simply too much. He easily broke the other party's killing move. He even trapped the other party in his palm. Buzz. Lin Xian's 5 fingers closed, and the moon and stars revolved, obliterating everything, wanting to kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. Impossible. Damn it, this is impossible. How can the other party be so powerful? Damn it, I don't believe it. Get lost, he roared, and the 2 pairs of white wings on his back spread out, transforming into 2 heavenly blades, slashing in all directions. Those white wings were very strange, and there were white runes on them. At that moment, they were incomparably flickering, and their power was much more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Get lost! With a roar, the white wings slashed the world, but they could not cut open Lin Xian's palm. The pair of wings slashed on the palm, and there were clanging sounds. Countless cracks in the void were cut open, but they still could not stop Lin Xian's palm. This scene made Xiao Yu despair, and it made the archaic creatures even crazier. On the side of the human race, they were also stunned. In the sky, the huge palm slowly closed, and then the sun, moon, and stars were obliterated and revolved, and miserable cries could be heard. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable cries could be heard, and blood rain fell from the sky, flowing down from the gaps of the huge palm, piercing through the void. What? He was injured. Seeing this scene, the human race experts exclaimed, and the archaic creatures were shocked. Especially those from the heavenly dog race, they were screaming crazily. Damned brat, let go of our prodigies. You dare to hurt him, you're dead. These people roared, but it was still useless. In the sky, the blood rain became more and more terrifying. Those drops of blood were directly collected by the dark red, divine dragon below. This was the blood of an archaic creature, and it contained a strange energy, so he naturally would not let it go. Xiao, you also let out a shrill cry. Damn kid, you dare to kill me. His body had been shattered dozens of times, and after reassembling, it would be obliterated by the sun, moon, and stars. Now, he was finally afraid, because his soul was also beginning to be attacked. If his soul was obliterated, then he would really be dead. He never thought that the other party would really dare to kill him. He was not an ordinary archaic creature, but one of the peerless geniuses of the heavenly dog race. Moreover, what frightened him was that even with his 20,000 archaic power, he could not fight back in front of the other party. Chapter 28:12. Not good. How Moon's life was in danger. The surrounding few heaven old race creatures also had a change in expression and hurriedly went up to save him. They transformed into terrifying light and rushed up. In an instant, they arrived beside this large palm. These 3 heaven old race creatures roared and transformed into their main bodies. 3 heavenly hounds. Each body was 1,000 feet long, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, roaring crazily. One head after another bared fangs and brandished claws, biting towards Lin Xian's palm, wanting to tear him apart and save Hao Moon. These 3 heads were too ferocious. When combined, the power was very terrifying. In an instant, they bit onto the large palm that blotted out the sky. Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds emitted. The surrounding void was shattering. Bang, bang. The palm in the sky vibrated, directly shattering the 3 heads. Those 3 heads were torn apart, blood splattering wildly. Following that, 3 corpses fell from the sky. What killed? The silver lightning race, fire cloud race's ancient creatures were shocked, opening their eyes wide in disbelief. 3 heavenly hound race creatures were actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, it was not a full-powered attack at all, just a palm vibration, and they were killed. Damn it! Who in the world was that kid in the sky? What extent did his strength reach? They did not dare to imagine. The human race's powerhouses were also stunned. Looking at this scene, their faces were full of shock. Why do I feel that his strength became stronger again? That's right, he was really too strong. We were still worried previously. Looks like our worries were really unnecessary. Most likely, no one could block more than a few moves from a central emperor. These people had a new understanding of Lin Xian's strength. In the sky, Hao Moon's miserable cries continued to sound, but not long later, it dissipated into thin air. The large palm that blotted out the sky slowly opened. A corpse fell down, falling into pieces. It was precisely Hao Moon's corpse. His soul had long been obliterated. His blood was even collected by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, the dark red divine dragon's dragon claw reached out and brought Hao Moon's corpse away too. Tonight, we'll eat dog meat. The current Hao Moon already revealed his true form. It was a very massive heavenly hound. That volume was like a small mountain. However, in front of the dark red dragon, he was like an ant. He was caught by the dragon and put away. Immortal Palace's cultivators cheered crazily. This was too great. They were going to eat dog meat. It was said that the heavenly dog meat was very nutritious. Hall Master, give me a few more spirit herbs to make the heavenly dog soup. It will taste even better. Tonight, I'll drink heavenly dog soup. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The Immortal Palace cultivators behind him became even more excited. The surrounding people were all stunned. Just like that, a genius of the ancient race was killed. It was unbelievable. Originally, they thought that this would be an intense battle, a fierce struggle between 2 giants. However, that was not the case at all. As Lin Xian spoke and laughed, he killed the other party with ease. Geniuses from your 2 races, are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll go back and eat heavenly dog meat. Su Chun then looked at the Fire Cloud tribe and the Silver Lightning tribe. Immediately, the ancient life forms of the 2 races began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I will kill you. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Following that, 10,000 bolts of divine lightning descended. A figure carrying the power of wind and thunder quickly charged over. It was the Silver Lightning tribe's genius. When the human cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This was because only the Silver Lightning tribe could control such terrifying thunder. When the ancient life forms of the Silver Lightning tribe saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. They had never felt as complicated as today. This was because in the past, when their geniuses arrived, they would definitely cheer. This was because they knew that those human saints were dead meat. But this time, they were worried for their geniuses. The strength that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. It was bottomless. In the sea of lightning, a figure bathed in it. He was the Silver Lightning Tribe's genius, Lei Haotian. Buzz, suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Rolling flames turned into a sea of fire that spread in all directions. A figure descended from the sky, carrying boundless divine flames, distorting the entire void. The Fire Cloud Tribe's genius was also here. Everyone cried out in alarm again. This time, it was the Fire Cloud Tribe's genius, Huling. She was a woman wearing a red dress. Her figure was hot, and her face was beautiful. Her fiery red hair reached her shoulders, and there was a sharp aura between her brows. Although she was beautiful, no one dared to underestimate her, because she was also a famous heaven's favorite. 5 saints had already been defeated by her. It could even be said that the strength of these 2 people was even more terrifying than Xiaoyu. The ancient life forms of the 2 tribes hurriedly transmitted what had happened to their geniuses to remind them not to act rashly. After Lei Haotian and Huling heard this, they also frowned. A trace of shock even appeared in their eyes. Xiaoyu had been killed? How was that possible? They did not dare to believe that the other party was a genius with similar strength as them. He had many trump cards and terrifying bloodline power. How could he have been killed? They could not believe it at all. They even suspected that their subordinates had fallen into an illusion. Therefore, the Silver Lightning Tribe's genius, Lei Haotian, snorted coldly and walked out. Kid, I don't know what method you used to make my subordinates fall into an illusion, but today, you can't escape death. You dare to kill my Silver Lightning Tribe's martial artists in public. You can't escape death. What last words do you have? Leave them all. Lei Haotian stood out. Lightning surged on his body, piercing through all directions. The Silver Lightning Tribe's ancient life forms quickly advised, but Lei Haotian did not believe them at all. In his opinion, these people had all fallen into an illusion. The human race martial artists in the distant side. It was over. This Lei Haotian was too confident. He actually did not believe his subordinates. It seemed that this time the other party was dead for sure too. Yes, although this Lei Haotian was stronger than Xiaoyu, he probably only had over 21,000 points of archaic power. It seemed that he was not a match for Lin Xian. Everyone discussed animatedly, but Lei Haotian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was not a match for the other party? What a joke! These humans actually dared to look down on him like this? This was intolerable to him. Kid, go to hell for me. He directly pulled out a lightning long blade from the sea of lightning and slashed forward. The lightning that filled the sky swallowed and spat out light, splitting the sky into 2. Reckless and blind. I'll fulfill your wish then. Lin Xian smiled coldly, still calm and collected. Because the disparity in strength between the 2 parties was seriously too great, he directly reached out a palm and grabbed forward. Dare to grab my lightning sun sword barehanded? Really courting death? Lei Haotian snorted coldly. This was not an ordinary lightning-long sword, but it was condensed with his bloodline power. The lightning sword was very terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a heaven-rank treasure sword. The other party actually dared to resist barehanded. Chapter 28:13. Buzz. In the sky, the 2 attacks collided. The lightning sword struck the golden palm with a deafening sound. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Xian's palm did not break open. Instead, he grabbed the lightning sword. How was that possible? Lei Haotian was shocked when he saw that. The other party was actually able to contend against his Thunder Sun sword. This was simply too unbelievable. Was his opponent's physique that strong? Damn it, this guy actually had a physique comparable to a saint physique. Even members of the primeval races had heard of Leif Daudenier's physique. However, they did not expect his opponent's physique to be so strong as well. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he even screamed. The lightning sword made cracking sounds as it was covered with cracks. With a clang, the lightning sword was broken in half. It was broken. The incomparably terrifying sword of lightning was directly broken into pieces by someone. This scene was too shocking. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe it at all. Lei Haotian was also stunned. In the sky, after Lin Xian's palm broke the lightning sword, he quickly pounced forward. With a bang, he slapped Lei Haotian's body. When Lei Haotian was struck by the palm, he was sent flying rapidly. The bones in his body were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Even his internal organs were knocked out. He rolled for 70,000 to 80,000 miles before he stopped. His body was torn apart and only his head was intact. The surrounding humans and Archean beasts were completely flabbergasted by the sight. Their eyelids were twitching and their hearts were about to jump out. They did not expect to see the scene again. It was the same torture. No, the ancient creatures of the Silver Lightning tribe roared crazily. They had already warned their prodigy, but they did not expect him to ignore them. However, they did not expect their prodigy to be defeated so quickly. His body was torn apart with a single punch. How could this be? How could that kid be so strong? On the other side, Hualing from the Fire Cloud tribe also frowned. Her eyes were filled with shock. Her opponent's strength had far exceeded her imagination. Ah, kid, I want you dead. Lei Haotian roared crazily as his body reformed again. His face was pale, but his eyes were like lightning. He was simply too furious. His opponent's palm had actually shattered him into pieces. He couldn't stand it. He swore that he would torture the other party to death. Boom. Mysterious silver symbols appeared one after another on his body. They surged and pulsed, turning into terrifying lightning that surrounded his surroundings. Now that he had activated his bloodline power, he had activated it at full force. As prodigies of the Silver Lightning tribe, they were born with lightning. In particular, he was accompanied by a type of lightning called Silver Spirit Lightning. This kind of lightning contained an extremely strong destructive power. Now that he was using it, the void within a radius of tens of thousands of li collapsed entirely, forming a terrifying black hole that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. Buzz Lei Haotian stretched out his palm and transformed it into a silver claw. There was a terrifying destructive force on it as he clawed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter and be annihilated. Nothing could stop it. Not good. This power is too terrifying. Was this the power of his bloodline? He was indeed a genius of the Silver Lightning tribe. This destructive power was really despairing. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's voice was cold. Everyone in the world was shocked. Too weak? Such a terrifying power. And he said that it was too weak? This was already close to 22,000 units of Archean power. And he said that it was too weak. Oh, God. Was this Lin Xian crazy? Or did he really have such strength? Everyone was shocked. And those archaic creatures roared crazily. That damned brat! Before they could finish their words, they were stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian pulled out a sword. The long sword was like a dragon as it slashed down. The entire world was cut in half. Everyone trembled, as if they were about to be split apart. Their bodies were uncontrollably prostrated on the ground. After that sword strike, all the terrifying scenes in the sky disappeared. The destructive power disappeared, and the silver palm turned into ashes. In the distance, Lei Haotian's body floated in midair. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and grew bigger and bigger, sliding down his cheeks and neck. Bang! His body was split in half. Even his soul power was destroyed in an instant. When the sword struck, he was destroyed. It was just one move. After that move, Lin Xian put away his long sword and stood with his hands behind his back. The prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe was no longer breathing. Ha ha! Another good thing. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. With a wave of its dragon claw, it put away the corpse and blood. This was already the corpse of the second archaic prodigy. If he could get a few more, he could set up a bloodthirsty true spirit array to cultivate. Lei Haotian, the prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe, was dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it, especially those from the Silver Point race. They screamed crazily. They could not accept the fact at all. On the other side, the people of the Fire Cloud tribe were also terrified. Hualing Er's face was pale without a trace of blood. She turned around and left without saying a word. Previously, when her subordinates told her that the other party was very powerful and killed the prodigy of the Tiango tribe in 3 moves, she did not believe it. But now she saw Lei Haotian being killed with a single sword strike. She believed it. The other party was really powerful, far surpassing her. Perhaps only the prodigies of the ancient royal families could fight against him. Such a person was not someone she could provoke. Hualing Er's figure turned into a fiery red light and fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, the people of the 10,000 archaic races were stunned. The other party actually fled. The people of the human race were also shocked. The prodigy of the ancient primordial race actually admitted defeat. This was too inconceivable. You want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian watched as the other party fled, but he did not chase after her. He stretched out his hands, and the sword qi on his body crackled, forming a large bow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Buzz! Terrifying sword qi surged between heaven and earth. This arrow pierced through the void and flew out. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Hualing Er's body stiffened. Her heart had been pierced by the arrow. She was nailed to death in midair by this force. Ah! She screamed crazily. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the air, and her beautiful face was filled with endless fear. You can't kill me. I'm a prodigy of the Fire Cloud tribe. You've already offended 2 ancient races. You can't offend the Fire Cloud tribe anymore. Otherwise, there will be no path for you in the entire world. Humph. So what if I offend the Fire Cloud tribe? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice was cold. His eyes erupted with a cold light. In front of him, the arrow that pierced through Hualing suddenly exploded. Endless sword qi erupted and enveloped the other party. Boom, boom. Chapter 28:14. When everything disappeared, everyone trembled. The dark red divine dragon also sighed. Sigh. Nothing was left behind. That's right. Hualing had been completely killed. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. The sword qi of the great dragon's sword soul was truly terrifying. They were dead. 3 geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races whose names shook the world and suppressed the human holy sun until he could not raise his head. But now, in front of Lin Xian, they were easily killed. While chatting, a powerful enemy was reduced to ashes. This was the true portrayal of Lin Xian. Previously, no one had expected Lin Xian to be so powerful, especially the remaining ancient creatures. Their faces were filled with despair. Previously, they had been clamoring for more than a month, but the other party did not come out. They thought that the other party was afraid and was not their match at all. However, they did not know that the other party was too powerful. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was a fatal blow. They could not bear the consequences of such a move. Damn brat, the Silver Lightning race will definitely not let you off. Yes, the Fire Cloud race will definitely tear you into pieces. How dare you kill one of our people? The Tiango race will let you know what regret is. These ancient creatures roared crazily. They had really gone crazy. They swore that they would report to their family's patriarchs and completely destroy the other party. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at these ancient creatures with an incomparably cold gaze. Those ancient creatures were enveloped by his gaze. Their bodies trembled, and they directly knelt on the ground. There was nothing they could do. This aura was too powerful. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, high and mighty, while they were ants in the mortal world. How could they withstand such a gaze? Therefore, they all knelt on the ground with a plop. Damn it! Impossible! Get up! More than a dozen ancient creatures roared crazily. They were the high and mighty 10,000 ancient races with noble statuses. Before this, the human race was their slave. But now, they were kneeling in front of the other party. Moreover, their bodies were kneeling uncontrollably. They could not even stand up. The ancient creatures trembled. This situation would only happen when they faced their family's patriarchs. However, the other party, a young man, actually did it. It seems that you're determined to kill me. If that's the case, why should I show mercy to you? As he spoke, Lin Xian's gaze erupted, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that directly pierced through these archaic creatures. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. These archaic creatures fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The entire world was silent. The human warriors in the distance were completely stunned. Powerful. It was too powerful. Good. Well done. As expected of Lin Xian from Central Emperor, Almighty Lin Xian was indeed powerful. These people clenched their fists in excitement and roared madly. It couldn't be helped. These days, they had been suppressed by the 10,000 ancient races to the point that they couldn't breathe. These 10,000 ancient races were like gods as they walked the earth. Wherever they passed, the human race's geniuses would be defeated. Only a small number of people were able to resist it. But right now, Lin Xian had taken down 3 archaic paragons with ease in a domineering manner. This gave them a sense of hope. Lin Xian might be able to save the human race. At the very least, he could save their face. Lin Xian looked into the distance and said to the human warriors who were watching the battle, "Spread the news. Tell the 10,000 ancient races geniuses to wash their necks and wait for me. I will trample on them one by one. I will let them know the consequences of challenging the human race." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, reverberating between heaven and earth. The human warriors in the distance were extremely excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their faces were flushed red. He was going to sweep through the world. That's right. Previously, the 10,000 ancient races swept through the human race. Now, Lin Xian was going to use the same method to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races geniuses. Let's go and spread the news. This was truly a joyous matter. They had to let the world know how powerful the human race's geniuses were. These people flew in all directions and began to spread the news crazily. Soon, the news spread like a hurricane. It spread throughout the entire Middle State to the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Nanling. In an instant, the world was shocked, and the entire race was in an uproar. What? You're saying that Lin Xian came out of seclusion? And he easily killed 3 archaic geniuses. Everyone was stunned. They had truly experienced how powerful the archaic geniuses were during this period of time. However, Lin Xian actually came out of seclusion so domineeringly. This action shocked and excited these people. At first, they didn't believe it. However, as more and more news and details were revealed, they had no choice but to believe that Lin Xian was really that terrifying. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian said that he was going to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races' geniuses. This news excited the entire human race. As for the 10,000 ancient races, they were so angry that they went crazy. A puny human dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know time. The 10,000 ancient races were high and mighty existences. How could a lowly human provoke them? Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races' geniuses were all filled with killing intent, preparing to kill Lin Xian. Jade Lake's sacred ground. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu stood arm in arm in front of the immortal peach tree. When they heard the news, their faces were filled with joy. Big brother Lin Xian was too awesome. Big brother Xian finally came out of seclusion. The two of them smiled. Previously, when Lin Xian had been in seclusion and hadn't come out, they were worried that something had happened. But now it seemed that he was just in seclusion. Yi family. Yi Wudao stood at the peak of a mountain with his black hair fluttering in the wind. When he heard the news, his eyes exploded with a piercing cold light. Elder, I also want to sweep through the world. Is it finally about to begin? When the Yi family's elders heard the news, they also took a deep breath. Their expressions were solemn as they nodded solemnly. Go ahead and attack. We won't care about the younger generation. Leave the older generation's matters to us. Yi Wudao was their hope, their family's future. However, they knew that this kind of future shouldn't be a flower raised in a greenhouse. He had to go through bloody battles to become a true greater success Saint Physique. Previously, Yi Wudao had planned to challenge the 10,000 ancient races' geniuses. However, before he could make a move, Lin Xian announced it in advance. This ignited the fire in his heart. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say that he would sweep through the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar again. Was Yi Wudao going to make a move too? A Saint Physique was indeed powerful. Central Sovereign and Eastern Sage were going to make a move. Who knew what the other titled kings would do? Everyone was looking forward to it. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Temple. Dustless sat there, his eyes clear and without any fluctuations. Chapter 28:15. When this news came out, it shocked the world once again. Although the other party did not say that he would challenge all the 10,000 Archean tribes, it was clear that Wuchen was going to come out and travel the world. It would be another earth-shattering battle. South Mountain, Yen family. The Yen family was also an overlord in South Mountain. At that moment, in a fairyland in the Yen family, a man stood there with his hands behind his back. He was handsome like a banished immortal, and there was a terrifying divine light on his body. He was Yen Nantian, the one known as the South Emperor. Yen Nantian was also one of the titled prodigies. He was extremely powerful, and it was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. His foundation was terrifying, and his strength was unfathomable. At that moment, Yen Nantian was not standing there alone. There were two figures opposite him. One of them was a mysterious figure surrounded by black flames. He was like the god of hell, and he emitted a terrifying aura. Even the surrounding space became distorted. Behind that person was a pair of black flame wings with mysterious black runes on them. Apart from that, he also had a black tail that was like a black whip. It emitted a sharp aura. It seemed that he was not alone. The figure standing next to him was even stranger. He had 3 heads. However, those 3 heads were not human heads. The one on the left was a crocodile head, the one in the middle was a lion head, and the one on the right was an elephant head. It was extremely strange to have 3 heads on a person's body. Moreover, that person's body was covered in scales. His limbs were thick, and his claws were like the claws of a beast. They had an extremely sharp aura. With a wave of his hand, He could easily cut through the void. At that moment, the three-headed monster snorted. Lin Xian was really arrogant. He wanted to conquer the world. He was courting death. Not only Lin Xian, but the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being and Western Deserts Wuchen were also courting death. The 10,000 Archean tribes were definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 Archean tribes. Those two people were also members of the 10,000 Archean tribes. However, they were standing together with Yan Nantian. No one knew what the relationship between the three of them was. Hearing that, Yan Nantian's eyes flickered. I've seen the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being before. He's very powerful. After all, he is a clan of the ancients, a descendant of the monarch clan. He is equivalent to the royal clan of the 10,000 Archean clans. Therefore, you must not be careless. As for that central Emperor Lin Xian, although he had never seen him before, he had heard that he practiced the 9 Yang Divine Body. After he cultivated it, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great success, holy physique. So, he would probably be a difficult opponent to deal with. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of these two. At this point, his eyes were filled with pride. There were very few people in heaven and earth who didn't fear Lin Xian and Leaf Daodenier, and Yan Nantian was one of them. At the front, the black, flaming figure and the three-headed monster sneered. Don't worry. So what if they're from the remote antiquity? Apart from having extreme weapons, they can't compare to the ancient theocrats. There was no need to even mention Leaf Daodenier. Although he was a descendant of an emperor clan, the great emperor blood flowing in his body was simply too thin. You must know that the primeval theocrats have princes and princesses. That was the direct descendant of a great emperor. How terrifying would such a bloodline be? It was definitely not something that Leaf Daodenier could compare to, let alone Lin Xian. At this point, their eyes were filled with passion and worship. The child of a great emperor. What a terrifying bloodline inheritance. It would probably surpass all the primeval aristocratic families. Yan Nantian's expression also fluctuated. Would a great emperor really appear? To be honest, he was also too shocked. One had to know that he was someone who had received the inheritance of a great emperor. He knew how terrifying a great emperor was the best. How heaven-defying would that bloodline be if it was directly passed down? Perhaps he would be born with this earth-shattering power. It was absolutely true that a dragon crown prince was about to appear in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Just wait, it won't be long before he appears. Moreover, the 10,000 ancient races have already discussed it. When the time comes, we will join forces to control the world together. Don't worry, as long as your Yen family helps the 10,000 ancient races. When the time comes, your Yen family will be the primeval royal family. As for the others, if they dare to resist the 10,000 ancient races, they will be completely reduced to slaves. At this point, a sharp light erupted from their eyes. Don't worry, my Yen family will naturally be on good terms with you. Yan Nantian said in a deep voice. If someone was here and heard this news, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The Yen family was actually going to join forces with the 10,000 ancient races. What was even more shocking was that the 10,000 ancient races were actually secretly plotting to regain control of the world. It seemed that the human race was really going to fall into a disaster. On the other side, the Silver Lightning race, the Heavenly Dog race, and the Fire Cloud race had an extremely solemn atmosphere. Their prodigy had been killed in front of everyone right outside the city. In fact, none of the ancient creatures had returned. This made them extremely angry. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. Elder, I'll go kill him. One figure after another stood out. Attack. If you encounter that brat, don't show any mercy. Directly kill him. Preserve his soul and body, and bring him back. Let him suffer for 10,000 years. I want him to live a life worse than death. Among the 3 great races, cold voices sounded one after another. The prodigies of the three great races appeared again, and Lin Xian had already left the immortal palace. After Lin Xian said that he would dominate the world was in an uproar, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to make a move, so he and the dark red divine dragon left the immortal palace on the Black Earth. Their first destination was the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty, because the prodigy of the dark feather race, Yu Yi, was there. This was not the first time Lin Xian had been to the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty. Previously, when he helped the 8th prince obtain the position of crown prince, he had been here before. At that time, he had an intense conflict with the first prince and the empress. He was even hunted down and left the Tai dynasty in the end. Now that he was in the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty again, it was a completely different scene. The Black Earth moved quickly. Lin Xian was inside, using the blood of the ancient prodigies to temper his body. At the same time, he silently absorbed divine crystals and swallowed pills to improve himself. Brat, the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty, is outside. The Black Earth floated over and quickly reminded him. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He walked out of the blood-colored array and put on a bright red robe. His soul probed the outside world. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he and the dark red divine dragon left the Black Earth. The little white monkey was also dozing off on his shoulder. The group descended. This time, Lin Xian did not go through the south gate, nor did he pay any spiritual stones. Instead, he descended directly from the sky. He wanted to forcefully descend into the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty. Chapter 28:16. There were two reasons why Lin Xian did this. Firstly, he wanted to tell the Tai dynasty that he, Lin Xian, had returned. Moreover, he had returned in an extremely domineering manner, because he knew that there was still an empress in the imperial capital, and she still had a terrifying force behind her. Lin Xian had to intimidate the other party with his powerful stance. Secondly, the purpose of his trip was to dominate the world and trample the immemorial celestial feet under his feet. Those immemorial celestial sects could descend from the sky and enter the imperial capital. So why couldn't he? Those immemorial prodigies were arrogant. So he was going to be even more arrogant than all of them. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war as he quickly descended. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying golden wave surged downward. Immediately, the entire imperial capital's array formation was activated. Endless light shone, and a terrifying sword chi pierced through the clouds. Everyone in the Tai dynasty was shocked. At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Someone was shaking the peerless array formation. There was a figure above. Could it be that another immemorial prodigy had entered? Hurry up and report. A shout sounded. The people of the Tai dynasty were shocked. In the imperial palace, dragon guards appeared one after another. The imperial elders also came out. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through the void and looking forward. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Damn it, it wasn't an immemorial creature, but a human who dared to be so bold as to challenge the Tai dynasty. The expressions of the Dragon Guard's generals and elders all sank. It was one thing for the 10,000 ancient races to descend. After all, they were extremely terrifying. But who among the humans dared to be so rude, activate the array formation, and directly kill the other party? An elder of the imperial family said coldly. The cultivators in the imperial capital were even more shocked. Just who was it that was so reckless? Did they want to imitate the 10,000 ancient races? Did they not know how powerful the 10,000 ancient races were? It was over. They would definitely be killed by the array formation. It was probably someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone shook their heads and sneered. At this moment, a voice came from the imposing figure in the sky. I am Immortal Palace's lord, Central Emperor Lin Xian. You dare use formations against me? The voice was filled with authority and a terrifying aura, causing the space within the imperial city to rapidly shatter. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. What? Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian from Central Emperor. Countless warriors in the imperial city were shocked. Lin Xian actually came here. One had to know that Lin Xian's reputation had swept across the continent during this period of time. There was nothing he could do about it. He had killed 3 geniuses in a domineering manner. Such a battle record was simply too shocking, especially the other party's posture. The other party was the first among the young prodigies of the human race to declare that he was going to dominate the world. The generals and elders of the imperial family were also taken aback. The opponent was actually a central emperor. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually come here. Furthermore, just like the other prided geniuses, they had to descend from the sky. Elder, what should we do? The generals asked. The elder's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He said, Don't activate the array first. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to the imperial city. Sure enough, a message came from the depths of the imperial palace. After the elders heard it, they were extremely shocked. In the next moment, they opened the array and let the other party in. Why? Let the other party in? The generals' faces were full of shock. They knew that other than the prided geniuses who dared to enter, no other human powerhouse would receive such treatment. But now they were actually going to open the array to a young man. It was really unprecedented. They knew that this was not the decision of the elder, but an order issued by a terrifying existence in the depths of the imperial palace. Therefore, they had to quickly open the array. The generals quickly controlled the array disk. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and the array opened up a space. Buzz. 2 figures descended forcefully. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. It was indeed him. Countless warriors in the imperial city looked up at the sky. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The little white monkey on its shoulder was yawning in boredom. I wonder why Hall Master Lin has come to the Tai dynasty? The elder of the Tai dynasty cupped his fists and asked. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard that the Serene Feather Race's prodigy was here and had asked him to come out. What? He wanted to challenge the Serene Feather Race's prodigy? Hearing this, the imperial elder's eyelids twitched. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. It seemed that the other party was not just talking about conquering the world. Was he going to make a move? Yes, everyone seemed to be on steroids. They did not expect to see a shocking battle today. One had to know that previously, the prided geniuses had roamed the world and specifically challenged the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds. As for the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds, they either accepted the challenge or went into seclusion. Very few people came out to challenge the prided geniuses. Lin Xian was the first. How could they not be excited to see such a scene? The elders of the Tai dynasty also had their eyelids twitching. It seemed that the other party was really going to conquer the world. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, The Serene Feather Race's prodigy was currently a guest in the imperial palace. Hall Master Lin, why don't you follow me into the imperial palace? The old man made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need. No one else could see the battle in the imperial palace. There should be a battle arena in the imperial palace, right? Let's fight there. Let all the human warriors in the world see how I trample these prided geniuses under my feet. How dare you bully the human race? Do you think there's no one left in the human race? At this point, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. The elders were shocked. The warriors in the imperial palace were all excited and clenched their fists to clear the name of the human race. How exciting was that? Yes, they were in urgent need of a prodigy to make a name for themselves and intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Yes, fight. They must defeat the other party. What 10,000 ancient races? How dare they put on such airs? This is the territory of the human race. Angry roars sounded one after another. They were too aggrieved. The 10,000 ancient races had special treatment everywhere, which made them very unhappy. How were they inferior to the other party? Today, they wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Xian would kill the other party. As more and more people responded, their voices turned into tens of thousands of thunderbolts that shook the clouds. The entire imperial capital was trembling. Even the people in the imperial city were shocked by this scene. What was happening? Were the people outside going to be shocked? In the imperial palace, the elders of the imperial family were also shocked. They all stretched out their souls. Chapter 28:17. Oh no, Lin Xian is here. Moreover, why are the martial artists of the royal capital so agitated? Lin Xian wants to challenge a prodigy of a race. Hurry up and calm those people down. Orders were passed down, and many elders hurried out to calm them down. One had to know that most people hated the 10,000 Archean races. There were a few Archean creatures in the royal palace as guests. What if these people were angered and attacked the royal palace? Although they couldn't break through, they would become the laughingstock of the world if word of a fight got out. Get the Yi to come out and fight with God Lin Xian. What's with the pretense? Come out of the royal palace if you have the ability. Lin Xian had cleared the name of the human race and won a large number of followers. At this moment, these supporters were all roaring. Their voices turned into thunder and rolled into the royal palace. The people in the royal palace instantly understood what was going on. Lin Xian wanted to fight with the prodigy of the serene feather race outside the royal palace for all the humans to see. The experts in the royal palace looked at each other. Among them, an elder sighed and quickly passed the news to the prodigy of the serene feather race. Soon, the martial artists of the royal family moved quickly and arrived at the royal palace. The royal palace was very quiet, and the environment was very good. The underground dragon veins surged, and there were a few figures sitting there drinking and chatting. Around them stood 7 or 8 maidservants. Their bodies were trembling, and their faces were pale. Beside them, 5 or 6 maidservants had collapsed on the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The hearts of those maidservants had been dug out. Some of them had even been torn in half. These dead maidservants hadn't done anything wrong. They had only been killed by the Archean creatures for fun. The martial artist of the royal family came to the hall and frowned when he saw this scene. However, when he thought of the other party's identity, he still sighed. He walked over and told the Archean creatures what had happened outside. When the Archean creatures heard this, they stopped what they were doing and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Are you saying that someone dares to challenge me? In the middle sat a youth. He had a pair of black wings on his back. The black feathers on them were like black gold and flickered with a cold light. He had a handsome face and 2 horns on his head. His eyes were incomparably dark, like the starry night sky. He was the prodigy of the dark feather race, Yi. Which saint was so reckless One of the ancient life forms snorted coldly. It was Immortal Palace's clan, Central Emperor Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that Lin Xian who killed 3 primordial geniuses? Hearing this, the faces of the archaic creatures sank. They naturally knew what had happened before. The 3 sky prides of the Silver Electric tribe, the Heavenly Dog tribe, and the Fire Cloud tribe were killed on the spot. It was Lin Xian. Not only that, the other party soon spread the word that he wanted to dominate the world, trampling all the geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms beneath his feet. This was simply intolerable to them. When these paragons found out about this, they could only grit their teeth in anger. To think that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on their doors before they could even make a move. Especially after Yu Yi heard this, his face was extremely gloomy. What did the other party mean by looking for him first? You think he's easier to deal with? What a joke. He stood up, exuding an incomparably cold, killing intent. It was abnormally terrifying. His strength was above Lei Haotian and the other 2 from the Silver Electric tribe. Moreover, in his opinion, there was a reason why Lei Haotian and the other 2 were killed so quickly. The 3 of them must have been careless, and the other party attacked with all his might. This resulted in this situation. He would not make such a mistake. He would attack with all his might from the start. I'd like to see what ability this Lin Xian has to be so arrogant in front of me. Yu Yi stood up, and the cold aura on his body destroyed all the buildings in the main hall. The archaic creatures beside him reached out and grabbed 2 of the maids. They opened their mouths and bit off their heads. The maidservants trembled and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The martialist from the royal family was shocked by this scene. These archaic creatures were simply too cruel. They did not treat humans as human beings at all. That was right. In the eyes of these archaic creatures, humans were ants and slaves that they could kill at will, and they were high and mighty gods, masters. Now that an ant dared to provoke them, they naturally had to deal with the other party. The group of people strode outside. Soon, they arrived outside the imperial palace. Which one of you is Lin Xian? Get over here and accept your death. The archaic creatures were very arrogant. Yu Yi stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His black wings spread open, exuding a biting cold aura. The dark feather race had come out. When the other human cultivators in the imperial palace saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Their faces were pale. The aura exuding from the other party was simply too powerful. In addition to the terrifying power, there was also a terrifying bloodline pressure. They knew that this was the bloodline power of the 10,000 ancient races. It was much stronger than ordinary people like them. It was so oppressive that they could not breathe. Sigh. These 10,000 ancient races were born to be favored. The power of the bloodline itself contained so much power that it was far beyond the power of the human race. Many human cultivators shook their heads and sighed. They were simply too envious of this bloodline power. Among the human race, there were very few people who possessed bloodline power, and these 10,000 ancient races basically all had bloodline power. The only difference was the strength of their bloodline. This difference in talent made these human cultivators feel despair and helpless. Oh, they came out. The Crimson Divine Dragon narrowed his eyes and let out a loud roar when he saw this scene. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Then it neutralized the bloodline pressure of the dark feather race. The human cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They were extremely shocked as they looked at the dark red dragon. Dragon's aura. It was really a dragon. The rumors were true. Lin Xian had a dragon by his side, and this dragon was on their side. They were wild with joy. The dark feather race's faces darkened. Even the archaic creatures began to tremble. They could not compare to the other party's bloodline pressure. One of them could not even stand steadily and almost fell from the sky. This scene made many people laugh. The archaic creatures of the dark feather race were furious. Damn it. They originally wanted to intimidate the human race and flaunt their strength, but they did not expect that they would be slapped in the face and become a joke. Damn it. Who was it? They stared at the dark red dragon. In the next moment, their hearts trembled. They did not dare to be arrogant. Their gazes moved away from the dark red dragon and landed on Lin Xian. Yu Yi spoke. You are that Lin Xian? You dare to challenge me? Challenge you? You think too much. I'm just teaching you how to step on you, Lin Xian said indifferently. Chapter 28:18. You're courting death. Yu Yi was enraged. The other party's attitude infuriated him. One had to know that he usually used this attitude to deal with other human prodigies. But now, a human martial artist dared to treat him like this? This was intolerable. He was a high and mighty existence, and the other party was just an ant. Brat, come and die. He roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The surrounding heaven and earth instantly darkened. The originally bright day with the sun in the sky turned into night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. A terrifying aura engulfed everyone. It made these martial artists tremble. They roared angrily. These human martial artists activated their battle armors, and their bodies bloomed with light. However, their radiance dimmed in an instant. This darkness suppressed everything. Not good. It's the other party's domain. This was the dark starry sky domain, the other party's bloodline power. The human martial artists were terrified. This domain was too terrifying. It could suppress all light. They couldn't see anything clearly. They even felt that their soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, not good. They were probably doomed in this dark starry sky domain because the other party wasn't affected, and they couldn't see anything at all. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. They started to worry for Lin Xian. You want to suppress me with a mere darkness? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated his 9-yang divine body, releasing billions of rays of light. With a hong sound, terrifying radiance rushed into the heavens, moving in all directions. His body turned into a blazing sun. It illuminated all directions. In an instant, the originally dark space became bright again. It was even dozens of times brighter than before. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The dark, starry sky domain was broken. It was unbelievable. The ancient creatures of the dark feather race were also shocked. Yu Ye's pupils constricted. What was going on? The other party could still release light and light up the entire world? This way, the effect of his king's domain would be greatly reduced. What other abilities do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can light up the sky. To be honest, you're still far from it. Yu Yi snorted. So, what if the other party illuminated the light? His strength was not limited to this. As expected, the whole place began to tremble once again. The black light on Yu Ye's body intensified. He was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Whoosh! He moved. Like a black demon king, he charged forward at high speed. A palm stretched out as if it had reached out from hell. It carried an incomparably terrifying energy as it grabbed forward. They wanted to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the blood in his body roiled. He was like a peerless sun, emitting millions of rays of light. Boom, boom. A terrifying radiance soared into the sky, blocking the large black palm. Not only that, but the light seemed to carry an incomparably monstrous flame that wanted to burn the black palm. As expected of the Central Emperor, it was indeed terrifying, even without moving. The light emanating from his body was more than enough to fend off the other party's attack. That's right, Lin Xian is really too strong. The prodigies of the human race are indeed terrifying. The human race cultivators exclaimed in shock. They were too excited because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed made them extremely excited. On the other side, the archaic creatures from the serene feather race had gloomy expressions as they gritted their teeth. Impossible! Damn it, this brat must have used all his strength to be able to fight against our prodigies. They could not believe what they were seeing. Yu Ye's expression was even colder. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Kill! With a furious roar, the large black palm exploded once again. Black runes appeared on it as it slammed down, directly piercing through the countless rays of light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat! At this moment, Yu Yi was truly enraged. Boom, boom, boom. The large black palm covered the sky and covered everything. It directly grabbed Lin Xian. There was only darkness in front of them. No one could see through it. Even their soul power could not see what was going on inside. Yu Yi smiled when he saw this. The archaic creatures from the serene feather race raised their heads and laughed. Ha 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 ha! What prodigy of the human race! In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he is nothing. That's right, I thought that he was some powerful figure who could fight against our prodigies. I didn't expect that he was just a figurehead. He is not a match for our prodigies at all. These archaic creatures were very arrogant. On the other hand, the human cultivators were shocked. Not good. Lin Xian has been enveloped. He won't be in danger, right? I don't know. This large palm is very terrifying and can destroy everything. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Not necessarily. The 9-yang divine body is stronger than we imagined. He should be fine. These people discussed animatedly. However, they were incomparably nervous because they could not see the situation inside. No one can fight against me, not to mention you humans. Yu Yi stood in the void. The large black palm let out a rumbling sound. Boundless black chi spread out as if to refine Lin Xian. This scene shocked everyone even more. However, not long after, an explosion sounded in the sky, and the entire space trembled violently. Even the large black hand trembled. This was not Yu Yi activating the array formation, but the person inside seemed to be about to rush out. Yu Ye's expression changed when he saw this. Just as he was about to activate his power, a sword light lit up in the next moment. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands as if it had become an eternal light. It shone between heaven and earth. The light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. The large black palm was also cut in half. From inside, a figure walked out. This person was Lin Xian. His entire body bloomed with light as divine flames danced. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like a peerless war god. Lin Xian rushed out from inside. This is your strength? You really disappoint me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His blood chi surged and shook the void. He swung his sword and shattered heaven and earth. There was a loud boom. The terrifying large black hand was torn apart, turning into countless spirit chi fragments that scattered across heaven and earth. What? It was broken. This was impossible. The ancient creatures were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yu Yi was also stunned. The human martial practitioners were also dumbfounded. However, after that, they erupted into incomparable cheers. Great! Lin Xian rushed out. I told you. How could Central Emperor Lin Xian be defeated so easily? Chapter 28:19. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became more and more intense. He swung his sword and slashed forward. Damn brat! Get lost! Yu Yi was also enraged. The black wings on his back flapped, and he charged forward. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy exploded, sweeping across the land. Luckily, this was the Imperial City. There was a peerless array that covered the entire city. Otherwise, this attack would definitely destroy the entire Imperial City. Boom, boom, boom. The energy in the sky shot up into the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. Everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Suddenly, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, piercing through Yu Ye's body and nailing him in midair. This sword was too stunning. Yu Yi could not dodge it at all. His body was pierced and blood rained down. He let out a pitiful cry. Light bloomed on his body, and energy surged as he tried to break free. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space shattered. A pair of black wings kept spinning, forming two black hurricanes. They charged forward, trying to destroy the ancient sword. However, he could not do it. The sword light in front of him was too bright, and it destroyed all his attacks. Not only that, he could feel the violent sword chi in his body exploding, trying to tear his body apart. Damn it! At this critical moment, he was very decisive. He self-destructed, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. He then reassembled in the distance. "Brat, I'm going to kill you," he roared, and with a wave of his hands, a black saber appeared and slashed forward. The other party had forced him to self-destruct to escape danger. He would definitely take revenge. In the distance, the human warriors were shocked. They couldn't believe that the powerful Yu Yi was at a disadvantage in an instant, especially the archaic creatures. They were even more shocked. That's not right. Our prodigy must have been careless. Next, he would definitely not lose again. As expected, Yu Yi exploded with unparalleled power. The two sabers restrained the ancient sword. He even sent the ancient dragon abyss sword flying. This scene caused the archaic creatures to celebrate. Yu Yi even charged in front of Lin Xian. The long blade in his hand was about to chop off Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, Lin Xian's pair of huge hands sent the pair of black sabers flying. Whoosh! He directly grabbed the pair of black wings and pulled with force. Puchi! Yu Yi was torn in half. Miserable cries rang out, as if countless ghosts were howling, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No, those ancient life forms screamed like they had gone mad. Their heavenly geniuses had been torn apart again. What was going on? Yu Yi roared like a madman. He wanted to heal his body, but Lin Xian refused to let go. Lin Xian's strength was so great that Yu Yi was unable to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood that filled the sky surged and turned into swords of blood that shot towards Lin Xian. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they made clanging sounds. Lin Xian didn't have to dodge at all with his 9 young divine body. Instead, he sent all the swords flying. I've said it before. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Killing you is just a matter of time. Lin Xian's voice shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war, extremely powerful. His arms shook, shattering the void. He grabbed the pair of black wings, preventing the 2 halves of Yu Ye's body from healing. Yu Yi screamed like a madman. His soul temporarily left his body, wanting to fly into the sky. At this moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword above his head exploded. It carried a terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura and slashed down from the sky. One slash destroyed Yu Ye's soul. Poof. Yu Ye's soul didn't even have time to scream before it was destroyed. After the soul was destroyed, the 2 halves of his body stopped struggling and fell into the void. The terrifying sea of blood surged, making a roaring sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire sky was dyed blood red, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. The prodigy of the serene night race had died, and he had been easily killed by Lin Xian. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked, especially the ancient creatures of the serene night race. They let out crazed roars. "No, you dare to kill him. You're dead. The serene feather race won't let you go. Damn it, I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it." These people roared, as if they had gone mad. A few of them rushed forward, wanting to attack Chu Feng. In the end, they were killed by Lin Xian's gaze. This scene caused the remaining archaic creatures to stop in their tracks. The other party was too strong. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw the two halves of the corpse in his hands to the ground. At the same time, his cold voice resounded in all directions. "Remember, this guy isn't the first prodigy I've killed, and he won't be the last. Since he dared to challenge the human race, he must pay the corresponding price." Hearing this, the human race martial artists were extremely excited. They raised their arms and cheered loudly. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Central Emperor! Central Emperor!" They were too excited, too emotional. This battle would definitely make the human race proud. The dark red divine dragon also waved its dragon claw and opened a treasure bottle. It directly collected the two halves of the corpse and the blood that filled the sky. Then he beamed with joy. This was great. These were all excellent cultivation resources. "Kid, where are we going next?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the people around him and asked in a low voice, "Who knew if there were other prodigies nearby?" It was said that there were prodigies of the flying mantis race nearby, but he didn't know if they were still there. Someone said there seemed to be prodigies of the green vine race in the Li dynasty. Someone said another piece of news. After Lin Xian heard this, he nodded. He tore the void and soared into the sky with the dark red divine dragon, leaving the imperial capital. "Follow me. There might be an earth-shattering battle." The people in the imperial capital were extremely shocked. They also left the imperial capital to search for Lin Xian. In an instant, most of the martial artists had left. A small number of people were crazily passing on the news. How could they not share such a shocking news? In the sky, the archaic creatures of the dark feather race were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Their prodigy had been killed, and even his corpse had been taken away. How were they going to explain this when they returned? No, they had to report this to the elders. They had to kill that kid. They also tore the void and quickly left. The bustling imperial capital calmed down once again. The elders and supreme existences in the imperial palace naturally watched the battle as well. Their eyes flashed. Lin Xian was really impressive. He could kill an archaic prodigy so easily. Chapter 28:20. Yes, as expected of one of the top prodigies of the human race. Humph! Everyone discussed. Of course, some sneered. He had killed so many Archean prodigies. Don't worry, the 10,000 Archean races won't let him off. Those who said that were naturally from the Empress faction. Now that Lin Xian was in the limelight and was so powerful, they naturally couldn't attack him directly. It seemed that they could only secretly contact the 10,000 Archean races and report Lin Xian's whereabouts to them. And that was exactly what they had done. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian killing the Dark Feather Race's prodigy, Yu Yi, swept across the true spirit martial continent. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Another attack. Lin Xian killed another Archean prodigy. Heavens, he was too strong. Was he really going to dominate the world? I feel like the 10,000 Archean races are finished. With Lin Xian's strength, not many people could contend against him. Everyone was extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. When the 10,000 Archean races heard this, they gritted their teeth in anger. They swore that they would definitely find and kill him. However, not long after, another piece of news came. Yi Wudao fought a prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race and won easily. What? Yi Wudao also attacked? Everyone was even more shocked. There was also news from the Western Desert. Dustless fought a prodigy of the Lightning Blood race and successfully converted him into a Buddhist sect. This scene was even more shocking. An Archean prodigy was actually converted into a Buddhist sect. This was even more terrifying than killing him. This Dustless was seriously too terrifying. What kind of method did he use? Even those people of the older generation had faces full of fear. The 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. Damn it, could this be the legendary and incomparably terrifying salvation scripture? Some of the grand elders of the sacred grounds were puzzled. The Sutra of Salvation was an extremely ancient ability. Legend had it that this cultivation technique didn't have much offensive power, but it could convert people. Once the Sutra of Salvation was used, it could convert everything into a Buddhist sect. Now, it seemed that Dustless had very likely mastered this ancient Sutra of Salvation. The three titled prodigies had all made a move, which made everyone look forward to it. They wondered how the South Arch Yen Nantian was doing. Everyone was discussing. However, they realized that there wasn't much news about Yen Nantian. Could it be that he didn't make a move? They were puzzled. As for that northern demon, he was too mysterious. He hadn't appeared yet. Eastern wilderness. In the middle of a swamp in the mountains, the earth split open, and a black head appeared. Across from him, a blue figure. The blue figure's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Who would have thought that this Lin Xian would be so unexpected? Previously, he had conferred the title of Middle Emperor because he wanted to borrow the hands of the saints to kill him. Who would have thought that not only did they fail to kill him, but they also allowed him to grow stronger and stronger. Now, even the primordial geniuses were no match for him. What should we do? Should he use some more power to kill him? The black head asked. The blue figure shook his head. There's no need. Things are out of our control. This kid has too many secrets. Other than the 9 yang divine body, there are more terrifying secrets. His sword chi is too sharp. It's not something an ordinary sword king can release. Even a peerless sword technique shouldn't be able to do that. I suspect that he has a terrifying attack power. A terrifying attack power. The blackhead was puzzled. The mysterious man in blue nodded. That's right. Think about it. The Eastern Wilderness sacred body is the descendant of a Dharch. He has a lot of blood in his body. Moreover, the sacred body is a terrifying body constitution. In addition, he's in the hands of a clan of the ancients. He must have the inheritance of a Dharch. It's natural that he's powerful. The South Dharch has the inheritance of a Dharch. Of course, he's terrifying. Wuchen from the Western Desert is the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. He has the memories of his previous life. His bloodline power is probably terrifying too. Moreover, the Thousand Buddha Temple also has the inheritance of a Dharch. These three could be said to have powerful bloodlines and terrifying inheritances. But what about Lin Xian? It's true that Lin Xian has the 9 yang divine body, but that alone isn't enough for him to contend against Yi Wudao and Yen Nantian, unless he also has the inheritance of a Dharch. The inheritance of a Dharch. You're saying that he has the inheritance of a Dharch. The blackhead was shocked after hearing this. The inheritance of a Dharch is so tempting. Only sacred grounds and aristocratic families with extreme weapons have such things. The other sacred grounds and great sects have never had a Dharch. Naturally, They can't have such great inheritances. Of course, people like Yen Nantian are very rare. The Yen family isn't a Dharch family, but Yen Nantian is very lucky. When he was young, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of a Dharch. Probably not many people in the true spirit world have such luck, but now Lin Xian might have the inheritance of a Dharch. This is even more shocking. Then, which Thearcha's inheritance do you think he obtained? Every Dharch specializes in different domains. I can think of one with such powerful offensive power. You mean Dharch Shiman? The Blackhead was shocked. Brother Shiman, the Sword Emperor of a generation, is extremely terrifying. Back then, his offensive power could be said to have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was known as the Dharch with the most terrifying offensive power in 1,000,000 years. Rumor has it that he fought his way into the immortal path and almost entered the immortal domain. Unfortunately, the immortal door didn't open in his era. Therefore, even though Dharch Shiman was heaven-defying, he still couldn't enter the immortal domain. In the end, his lifespan ran out and he died. There were too many legends about Dharch Shiman. His offensive power was very strong. When he first entered the sage realm, he caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. When he became a great sage, he had already killed a quasi-emperor, level peerless expert. In the end, after he became a half-emperor, there was a great dark turmoil. Several forbidden lands erupted with extremely terrifying tremors. The true spirit world is in danger. The human race is in danger. It was Dharch Shiman. With a sword in the sky, he swept through all 4 directions and finally quelled the turmoil. Rumor has it that Dharch Shiman fought against several terrifying enemies alone with a sword. In the end, he won. In fact, he even scared those terrifying existences away. It can be said that in terms of offensive power, there's really no Dharch that can compare to him. Dharch Shiman's inheritance? It's really enviable. If you can get it. Before the Blackhead finished speaking, the blue-robed figure in front of it exploded with a biting cold light. No hurry, I already have the inheritance of a Dharch. If he really has the inheritance of Dharch Shiman, I can play with him then. Chapter 28-21. At this point, the blue-robed man's voice became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Lin Xian didn't know that he was being watched by someone who had almost discovered his secret. He was related to the Shiman Great Emperor, but he didn't obtain the Shiman Great Emperor's inheritance. Instead, he obtained something that the Shiman Great Emperor once had, the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although the mysterious blue-robed man didn't guess it correctly, he was pretty close to the mark. If the blue-robed man spread the news, everyone in the world would probably attack him. Not only the 10,000 ancient races, but even the human race wouldn't be able to resist. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was a terrifying existence. If he could obtain it, he could very well become the next great emperor. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was currently controlling the Black Earth to fly at full speed. He was looking for his next target. His target this time was the prodigy of the Green Vine race. The Green Vine race had an extraordinary origin. It was said that their ancestor was a natural green vine. After countless years of nurturing the primal chaos Qi, he cultivated to become a terrifying existence. Although they weren't a royal race, the Green Vine race was still very famous among the 10,000 ancient races. Boom. In front, the void trembled as a terrifying force exploded, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Following that, several green rays of light shot into the sky, transforming into heavenly pillars that enveloped the Black Earth. The Black Earth shook violently, and Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The dark red divine dragon let out a shrill cry. Holy sh*t, who is so reckless as to attack us? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light as he stared at the green light pillars. Then his lips curled into a cold smile. Humph, it's that prodigy from the Green Vine Group. Lin Xian originally wanted to look for him, but he didn't expect him to come knocking on his door. That's right. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian discovered that the green light pillars weren't ordinary light pillars, but vines. However, they were too big and too bright. That was why they created such a scene. These vines were too terrifying. One of them whipped the black earth and sent it flying. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then his figure flashed, and he walked out. He looked at the huge vines in the sky and said coldly, "Are you Qing Mu from the Green Vine clan?" "That's right, I'm Greenwood. Since you dared to kill one of my primordial geniuses, today is the day you die." Even as the voice echoed out, more and more vines appeared. Soon, the entire area for hundreds of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by vines. "Today is the day you die." In the sky, those terrifying vines flickered with incomparable light, transforming into long spears that pierced towards Lin Xian. These vines were too terrifying. They were even more terrifying than heaven-tier treasures. There were cyan runes on it. That was the terrifying power of the bloodline. Behind them, the human warriors who had followed Lin Xian to watch the battle immediately stopped when they saw this scene. They retreated madly. "Not good. Retreat quickly. It's the peerless genius of the Green Vine clan. Oh heavens, they're fighting again. The Green Vine clan is so terrifying." The human warriors behind them were like small boats in the wind. Although they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He punched out, and the terrifying fist illuminated the surroundings. It was like a sun that blasted away the surrounding vines. At the same time, he waved his arm, and streaks of sword qi slashed forward. These sword qi were incomparably sharp. They cut through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, many of the surrounding vines were cut in half by the sword qi and fell from the sky. "Damn it!" Seeing this scene, Qing Mu frowned. He snorted coldly, and the surrounding vines became even more terrifying. Above them, runes rotated and quickly resisted the surrounding sword qi. Between heaven and earth, there was an intense collision. Large cracks were everywhere, and terrifying black holes were formed. With the two of them as the center, an invisible force spread out in all directions. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and trees all collapsed and ceased to exist. Their attacks were too terrifying. It was as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His aura also rose instantly. He was like a peerless sword god, getting sharper and sharper. In the sky full of stars and vines, a man in a green robe walked out. His face was cold, and his aura was terrifying. It was the peerless sky pride of the Green Vine clan, Qing Mu. A long green whip appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. With a swing of the whip, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. Within 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast, and he quickly dodged the green whip. At the same time, he drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and released streaks of terrifying sword qi, slashing forward. Clang! Clang! Their weapons clashed in the sky, and it was a terrifying sight. Qing Mu's face was gloomy. He was furious and wanted to kill the human in front of him, but after exchanging blows with his opponent, he was still shocked. His opponent was too powerful. After exchanging a few blows, the blood in his body was boiling, and his arm was numb. His opponent was indeed powerful to be able to kill so many Archean sky prides. However, he would not lose. As the sky pride of the Green Vine clan, he was powerful. More importantly, his vitality was vigorous, and he had an extremely strong recovery ability. It could be said that it was impossible to kill him, unless those terrifying sacred leaders and sect leaders killed him in one blow. Otherwise, as long as he was still breathing, he would not die. This was the terrifying part of the Green Vine clan, and also his trump card. So now, he attacked crazily without any regard for anything else. Boom, boom, boom. Winds and clouds changed between heaven and earth, and energy surged. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed. The whip in Ching Mu's hand seemed to have transformed into a green dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the human experts were watching the battle through various secret techniques. They were very nervous. They discovered that Ching Mu was even more terrifying than the Yu Yi from before. Moreover, they knew that the Green Vine clan had an extremely strong recovery ability, so they were very nervous. Not only were they watching, but the experts of the Nine Li dynasty were also paying close attention. Apart from these humans, a dozen Archean creatures were also gathered in a certain city of the Nine Li dynasty. They stood with their heads behind their backs, looking up at the sky. Not a single human dared to take a step into their surroundings. At this moment, these people were also paying attention to the situation above. Chapter 28-22. His sword chi was simply too sharp. Moreover, his defense was unparalleled. No wonder he could kill so many Archean prodigies. One of the Archean creatures had a gloomy expression. It seemed like the human race still had some prodigies. The other person sneered. So what? How dare he be so arrogant in front of the 10,000 Archean races? He's definitely dead. The third person said. Originally, they wanted to let the Archean royal prodigies take care of him, but they didn't expect him to encounter the Greenwood prodigies. Don't worry, he's definitely dead. The one who spoke was also an Archean creature from the Green Vine race. The other Archean creatures all turned their heads. Oh, could it be that Brother Greenwood is confident this time? Of course, the Archean creature from the Green Vine race had a proud expression. This time, Brother Greenwood brought the Greenwood sword. The Greenwood sword? You mean that terrifying half-saint weapon? That's right, it's that half-saint weapon. When the surrounding human cultivators heard this, they were extremely puzzled. So, what if he had a half-saint weapon? Lin Xian had one too. Moreover, in the previous battles, prodigies of their level rarely used half-saint weapons. Because both sides had them, it was useless to take them out. They might as well use their own strength. But now, it seemed that these Archean creatures were so confident. Could it be that there was something special about this half-saint weapon? They didn't know, but thinking about it, they should be able to see it soon. Buzz in the sky, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation flickered, causing everyone to feel a sense of oppression. What's that? Everyone exclaimed when they saw a green ancient sword in Greenwood's hand. Its appearance was very simple, and green light flowed on it. There were runes on it that flickered incomparably. A half-saint weapon, a terrifying half-saint weapon. Everyone exclaimed because only half-saint and saint weapons had runes on them. A half-saint weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He also had a half-saint weapon and more than one. He even had the saint's hand bone and the flower protector. It was just that he hadn't used them before. Seeing his opponent use a half-saint weapon, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 9-story pagoda appeared beside him. It emitted a terrifying aura. Another half-step saint tool had appeared. The 2 semi-sage tools surged in the sky. Dreadful Tao patterns flickered. and formed an incomparably terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Is this your trump card? But it's useless against me. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the other party. Kid, you've underestimated me, and you've underestimated our Green Vine clan. Do you think this is just an ordinary half-saint tool? Today, I'll show you how powerful it is. Boom, boom. As he spoke, the ancient azure sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with incomparable light, causing the surroundings to rapidly tremble. An extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. At this moment, everyone's blood surged, their faces pale, as if their bodies were penetrated. What a terrifying sword energy! This Qing Mu was actually a peerless sword king. Why do I feel that his sword aura isn't any weaker than Lin Xian's? Two great sword kings fighting? It was truly earth-shattering. Everyone discussed as they quickly retreated, because the aura in front of them was becoming more and more terrifying. It directly turned into a sky full of azure light that rushed into the 9 heavens and blasted out in all directions. The powerful figures of the 9 Li dynasty also raised their heads, their faces full of shock, because this sword energy was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Within the city, the eyes of the archaic creatures also flickered. As expected of the Greenwood sword, it was indeed powerful. The archaic creatures of the Greenwood clan were even more proud. That was natural. With the Greenwood sword, it was enough to threaten the prides of the archaic royal family. It would definitely be able to kill that kid. Boom. The Greenwood sword slowly raised and then slashed forward. Suddenly, the entire world was distorted. An endless azure light covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, they couldn't see anything. They could only see the peerless sword light shining. Not good. Run. Some of the people who were too close were affected by the green sword light. They fled madly, but it was still too late. Some people were directly swept by the azure sword light, and their bodies were split into dozens of pieces. Some were directly pierced through and nailed to the ground. Some were cut into a bloody mist by the sword and no longer existed. It was too terrifying. These people were all experts, but at this moment, they couldn't even block the aftershock of the sword energy. On the human side, some of the saints frowned. No, was a half-saint artifact so powerful? One had to know that a half-saint artifact was very terrifying. Only some of the top invincible kings could use it at full strength. It would be difficult for them to use its full power in their hands. However, the half-saint artifact in the opponent's hand was too powerful. It was as if it wasn't used by a young genius, but by a sacred lord. What was going on? Damn it, this Qingtang clan was really strange. No wonder they dared to use a half-saint artifact. These people's faces were gloomy, and they didn't know how Lin Xian would deal with it. In the middle ground, the princes of the dynasties had also come, and even the prince of the great Xia dynasty had also come. His eyes shone with a piercing light as he stared at the battle. He was also very curious about how Lin Xian would deal with it. Although he hadn't fought with Qing Mu before, there was a very terrifying genius in the royal family who had fought with him. Although that genius wasn't as strong as him, he was also a very terrifying genius in the royal family. However, he still lost to Qing Mu. It was the Greenwood sword in the opponent's hand that had defeated the genius of the royal family. Therefore, the prince of the great Xia dynasty became very serious when facing the Greenwood sword. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless azure sword energy, and when it hit his body, it made sonorous, thunderous sounds. Endless fiery light pierced through the surroundings, forming one terrifying black hole after another. His eyes turned a terrifying golden color, as if they were going to devour people. Competing with sword energy? How interesting! He didn't expect that the opponent was also a sword king, and such a terrifying one at that. coupled with this half-saint artifact, it was really terrifying. However, when had he ever been afraid of others in the sword Dao? Humph! With a cold snort, terrifying sword energy erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword energy took the shape of a dragon and rushed into the sky as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure became more and more resplendent. Even though there were thousands of azure sword lights, everyone could still see him clearly. At this moment, all the warriors, including the humans, the ancient creatures, and the older generation experts, looked up at the sky. Heavens, what was that? When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Chapter 28-23. That's right, it was indeed Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. In front of him, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared and suppressed the surroundings. What was that? The ancient creatures in the distance screamed. Qing Mu's pupils also constricted because he felt a terrifying aura from the dragon-shaped sword shadow. That aura could still pose a threat to him. The other human experts, saints' sons, and geniuses all exclaimed in surprise. It was that dragon-shaped sword shadow again. They knew that Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow. He had even gathered countless powers to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. It could be said that it was extremely strange and terrifying. Until now, they still hadn't figured out what that dragon-shaped sword shadow was. However, that didn't stop them from being terrified of it. After Lin Xian displayed the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the aura on his body rose infinitely, and the entire world trembled with him. Tens of thousands of sword lights swept in all directions. Buzz! Lin Xian reached out his palm and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He waved his long sword and pointed it forward. Boom! 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 Dragon roars sounded one after another. In the distance, Qing Mu's body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He felt as if what his opponent was holding was not a sword, but a dragon. It was an incomparably terrifying dragon. Moreover, the dragon's might emitted from it suppressed his soul and bloodline. Damn it! Qing Mu's expression was extremely ugly. He originally thought that after he took out his Qing Mu sword, he could easily kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect his opponent to have such a terrifying thing. Moreover, it seemed to be even more terrifying than his Qing Mu sword. At this moment, his Qing Mu sword began to tremble rapidly, as if it couldn't resist at all. Everyone was terrified when they saw this. Even such a terrifying saint artifact couldn't resist it? This Lin Xian was really terrifying. No, damn it, I don't believe it. I can't lose to you. Qing Mu angrily roared. Green light blossomed from his body, and the Qing Mu sword in his hand emitted an incomparably sharp light. Around him, green vines quickly intertwined, crawling under his feet, activating the power of his bloodline. A green plant appeared between his eyebrows, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, his strength had increased once again. Die for me! With a furious roar, tens of thousands of cyan sword lights crisscrossed, causing everyone to panic. The dreadful green sword light slashed out, and the heaven and earth were split into pieces. This was the power of a semi-sage tool. It was accompanied by countless Dao patterns in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as he activated his sword soul and released a dragon-shaped sword chi. It was like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The two sword chis collided in the air, erupting with unparalleled power. Boom! Boom! The sword light that filled the sky rumbled, tearing the 9 heavens and 10 earths apart. The impact of that energy caused all the surrounding experts to vomit blood. Their faces were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Of these two people, one had an incomparably terrifying sword shadow that seemed no different from a true dragon. The other was able to use a semi-sage tool to such a terrifying extent, far surpassing the younger generation. It could be said that these two were both monsters. Even an invincible king wouldn't dare to casually step forward in such a battle. This was because a single shockwave was enough to kill them. Boom, boom. In the sky, the two divine swords collided 9 times. The entire world was filled with countless large cracks. On the 9th collision, Qing Mu's arm was chopped off. The Qing Mu sword in his hand flew into the sky, trembling non-stop. Boom. As for Qing Mu, his expression was incomparably ugly. This was because not only his arm, but his entire body was also filled with cracks. His opponent's sword Qi was too cold. Even if he could use a semi-sage tool to a terrifying extent, it was still very difficult for him to resist it. He found it hard to believe. Damn it! He quickly retreated. Countless vines intertwined on his body, forming a green sea in front of him to block the sword Qi. The green vines surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. However, they only blocked it for an instant. In the next moment, all the vines were cut apart, turning into spirit Qi that dissipated into the world. However, this was enough for Qing Mu. He had already retreated tens of thousands of miles away. Blood flowed wildly from his body. He was injured. Qing Mu was actually injured. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This was especially so for the ancient creatures. They were extremely shocked. That was Qing Mu, who was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had used the Qing Mu sword. One had to know that the Qing Mu sword had been nourished by Qing Mu's blood for many years. Although it was a semi-sage tool, Qing Mu could unleash energy that far surpassed what a young prodigy could use. It could be said that if other prodigies encountered Qing Mu, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. But now, Qing Mu was actually injured, while his opponent was completely unharmed. This was truly unbelievable. Damn it, what exactly was that dragon-shaped sword shadow? Could it be that it was also a semi-sage tool? Or could it be a sage tool? Impossible! With that kid's strength, he still couldn't use a complete sage tool. It should be a special kind of accompanying sacred artifact. The ancient creatures' faces were extremely gloomy. The human powerhouses were also discussing animatedly. Qing Mu was so angry that his entire body trembled. He had never felt that his life was in danger like today. He couldn't bear it anymore. In the next moment, he roared crazily. The green light flashed and healed all his wounds. Buzz. He was as good as new. Damn kid, I'll let you know the price of injuring me. Qing Mu once again walked over like a god fiend. What? He's as good as new? How did he do it? How terrifying is Lin Xian's sword Qi? He's actually as good as new in an instant. Those people were extremely shocked. They only knew how terrifying Lin Xian's sword Qi was. As long as one was hit by it, it would probably be very difficult to erase it. However, Qing Mu actually had such power. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He narrowed his eyes. Qing Mu was actually able to destroy the indestructible aura of the great dragon sword soul. He had to admit that he was really surprised. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Kid, he's from the Green Vine tribe. The vitality of the Green Vine tribe was extremely strong. It could be said that they were indestructible. As long as they had a drop of blood, they would be able to defeat Wuchu. That's their bloodline talent. You have to be careful. Bloodline talent? It's so magical. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. It seemed that Qing Mu's bloodline wasn't about combat strength, but recovery. That was beyond his expectations. It was the first time he had seen an ancient creature with such tenacious vitality. However, so what if it was tenacious? If a drop of blood could regenerate, then he would destroy all of Qing Mu's blood. I'll see how you're going to be reborn. Chapter 28-24. His opponent was indeed very powerful, and his regenerative ability was a headache for many prodigies. However, that was not a problem for Lin Mu. He had more than one way to kill Lin Mu. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly charged out. The terrifying sword light exploded again. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another, spreading into the distance with terrifying and indestructible power. Kill. Qing Mu also charged forward. He released his bloodline power and swung the greenwood sword in his hand. The two of them clashed again. However, this time, Qing Mu was defeated even more miserably. His body was once again severed at the waist. I don't believe it. Heal. His bloodline power erupted, and his body healed once again with a powerful life force recovery ability. However, not long after, his body was cut open again. This time, he was cut into 4 pieces. Lin Xian looked down like a god fiend. Let's see how many times you can heal. As he spoke, the sword qi on his body became even more dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw that. He was too powerful. The terrifying prodigy of the Green Vine tribe was suppressed even when he used the greenwood sword. His body was cut open many times. If it were not for his strong regenerative ability, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, Qing Mu would not be able to hold on for long. After all, he only had a strong regenerative ability, but he was not truly immortal. As expected, after the 20th recovery, Qing Mu's face was abnormally pale. His bloodline power had weakened, and he did not have much energy left in his body. After all, every time he recovered, he had to consume a large amount of bloodline power to resist the indestructible sword intent of the dragon sword soul. When he was cut open for the 21st time, Qing Mu's expression changed. Qing Mu's expression finally changed. He knew that the young man before him was stronger than him. He did not dare to continue fighting, because if he continued fighting, he would probably be killed here. Therefore, at the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, I'll let you be proud this time. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you with my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed, and he quickly flew into the distance. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. Qing Mu had escaped. Could it be that Qing Mu had been defeated? Heavens, the terrifying Green Vine clan, a genius with such vigorous vitality, had actually been defeated. His opponent's sword qi was too terrifying. "You want to leave? Can you leave?" Lin Xian sneered as he watched the other party flee. Greenwood roared angrily, "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. Although your sword qi is terrifying, you won't be able to kill me in a short period of time. So quickly stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for going all out." Seeing that the other party was still intending to make a move, Qing Mu roared furiously. He was already sullen enough after his defeat today. Now his opponent wanted to continue hunting him down. How could he tolerate this? "Do you think you're very strong? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're full of vitality? Do you think I only have sword techniques?" Lin Xian sneered and quickly formed a seal with his palms. One after another, profound palm prints appeared. Soon, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down at the earth like a god. As soon as the golden eye appeared, the people below began to tremble. Their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kowtow. "Damn it, what is that?" That was especially true for those ancient life forms. They were terrified. That pair of golden eyes was simply too cold. Greenwood also felt that he was enveloped by a strange energy. In the next moment, he screamed in pain. Not good. It was a soul attack. He screamed crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have such a terrifying method. His soul was ignited and burned crazily. The pain made him despair and terrified. Although he was from the green vine race and had strong recovery abilities that only referred to the recovery ability of the physical body, not the recovery ability of the soul. Therefore, once his soul was damaged, it would be very difficult for him to recover. He might even be killed. The heavenly secret divine eyes were too powerful. In addition, Lin Xian used it with all his might. The power of the soul burning made Greenwood unable to resist at all. Soon, he fell from the sky. His eyes were empty. It was obvious that he had been killed. No, when the 10,000 ancient races saw this scene, they screamed crazily and rushed over. Especially the immemorial creatures of the green vine race, they roared crazily. After a round of investigation, they were dumbstruck. Greenwood was dead. Their clan's genius had actually been killed by someone. How was this possible? One had to know that Greenwood's physical body had been shattered more than 20 times, but he could still revive. He even had the strength to fight. Now, his physical body was fine, but his soul was directly destroyed. Damn it, this kid was actually a soul expert. They couldn't accept this fact at all. The other immemorial creatures were also terrified when they saw this scene. The other party's methods were too strange, especially the soul attack. It was impossible to guard against. This made them extremely shocked. The human race's cultivators were also shocked. Dead. Another primordial prodigy had died. Lin Xian was too powerful. That's right. How many archaic prodigies had been killed already? He was too dazzling. It would be difficult for him to live long. Some people had grave expressions. Indeed, Lin Xian was too dazzling. Such a human prodigy would definitely cause the 10,000 ancient races to be wary. It probably wouldn't be long before the true powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races arrived and secretly killed Lin Xian to prevent future troubles. In truth, the human race's experts guessed correctly. After the 10,000 ancient races received this news, they immediately began to secretly discuss. This youth was too unusual. He probably had the potential to become a young great emperor. They didn't expect that there would be someone besides a saint physique with such terrifying strength. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow, he would become an unimaginable enemy. The elders and experts of the 10,000 ancient races discussed and decided to immediately eliminate Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong and had heaven-defying talent, he was different from Yi Dao Denier. Behind Yi Dao Denier stood the primordial aristocratic families. They had extreme weapons that could suppress everything. For the time being, they didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 28-25. After Lin Xian killed the prodigy of the green vine race, Qing Mu, he went on his way. Next, he killed 2 more primordial prodigies. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone, especially the primordial prodigies, was in a state of panic because the other party was too powerful. The humans were also shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian should have the strength of the primordial royal race. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill so many primordial prodigies. A royal prodigy? It was really shocking. The faces of the older generation were filled with amazement. Lin Xian, you brat, wash your neck and wait for me to kill you. At this moment, a shocking piece of news came from the horizon. In an instant, the world was shocked. Who dared to say such words at a time like this? Heaven, it was the primordial royal race. The primordial royal race was about to make a move. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the person who said that was from the South Sea divine crocodile race. The South Sea divine crocodile race had just recovered recently and was extremely powerful, surpassing the primordial race like the Silver Lightning race. It was a lineage of the primordial royal race. And this time, the person who said that was a prodigy of the South Sea divine crocodile race. Was the primordial royal race finally going to make a move on Lin Xian? In 7 days, I'll be waiting for you at the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian said so. He took the Black Master to the Sunset Peak. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to accept the challenge. It was really a shocking battle, a golden age, a peerless prodigy who was stronger, the humans or the primordial royal race. Everyone was shocked. The primordial creatures were also interested and headed to the Dawnfall Peak. As for the humans, they swarmed over in droves. Even Yi Wudao, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, the Alcade sage, and the others rushed over. Many primordial races had come out, but this was the first time that a primordial royal race prodigy was fighting in front of everyone. Perhaps this was an extremely good opportunity to obtain information, to investigate and sense just what level of strength the prides of the ancient royal family had reached. The words of the two prodigies shook the world, and countless experts gathered at the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian took the Black Master and arrived at the Sunset Peak early. Although the Sunset Peak was only a mountain, it was incomparably vast and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the surrounding mountains, countless figures were flickering. Lin Xian chose the highest peak and sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and cultivated silently. To be honest, he was really looking forward to the Sunset Peak. The first 6 days had been very quiet. Although there were more and more people around, no one made a ruckus. They were all patiently waiting. On the 7th day, an extremely terrifying whistling sound suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, a large number of projections fell from the sky, as if dark clouds were pressing down. Along with it was an extremely terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Here it comes! At this moment, all of the martial artists and ancient life forms in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of mountain range opened their eyes and looked up into the distance. Son at Lin Xian, you brat, you really dared to come. A cold laugh came from the sky. The sound shattered the world. The ground cracked, the sky was pierced, and black holes appeared one after another. How terrifying! Just an aura was enough to create such a terrifying scene. Was this the power of the Sunset Peak race's prodigy? It was really too terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with him. Everyone was trembling, especially the human martial artists, who were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races were simply too strong. Even the primordial life forms were stunned. But soon, they clenched their fists. Great, the Sunset Peak race's prodigy has made his move. This time, we must kill him. That's right. What emperor of the human race? In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he's just an ant-like existence. Just you wait. This time, you humans will lose without a doubt. These ancient creatures were very arrogant. They were high and mighty, and no human race cultivators dared to step into their territory. Everyone fell silent when they heard this, because they didn't know what the final outcome of this battle would be. However, Lin Xian's supporters quickly counterattacked. What's so great about that? That's right. It's not the first time I've heard this. Previously, your Sunset Peak race's prodigies were also very arrogant. But weren't they still killed by our god Lin Xian? What did you say? You're courting death. The ancient creatures were enraged. Lin Xian's supporters snorted coldly. What's wrong? You've been killed, but you won't let us say anything. You ancient creatures are too domineering. That's right. Don't be arrogant here if you have the ability. Go and compete with God Lin Xian. Let's see if you can block his sword energy. You're courting death. Several ancient creatures were enraged on the spot. They reached out with their palms, covering the sky and the sun. They were like ancient demonic mountains that pressed down. They wanted to crush those who spoke into pieces. The human race cultivators were terrified. The other party was too terrifying. In an instant, their bodies stiffened. Of course, there were also people who roared and used their artifacts, preparing to fight to the death. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a cold snort was heard. A golden light in the sky cut through the void like a sharp sword, blocking everyone. Watch the battle carefully. A cold voice sounded. There were only a few words, but everyone's scalp went numb, and they didn't dare to say anything else. Even the ancient creatures were stunned. They seemed to have a feeling of suffocation. This kind of feeling only appeared when they faced the ancient royal family. Damn it, who is it? They looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was a golden figure. It was the human race's saint physique. Instead, it was Leaf Daudenier. A wisp of light on his body directly suppressed those people. This was especially true for suppressing these ancient creatures. Those ancient creatures withdrew their power and didn't attack again. On the other side, the human race cultivators also breathed a sigh of relief. Yiwudao is here. He's really strong. As expected of Eastern Sage. He's so powerful that just a wisp of his aura can suppress those ancient creatures. It's really a golden age. On the other side, a whistling sound rang out. The chaotic chi in the sky flickered, turning into a terrifying chaotic light. It carried a peerless beauty and slowly descended. Saint of all beginnings. It's her. This woman is getting more and more terrifying. Everyone discussed again. Tao can be spoken, but it's not Tao. Accompanied by an ethereal voice, a majestic figure descended. There were mysterious runes flickering around him, one after another. It was really terrifying. Tao Sage, everyone exclaimed. The pupils of those ancient creatures also shrank. The appearance of these human sky prides was simply too terrifying. Chaotic chi and innate Tao patterns had both appeared. It was really shocking. It wasn't over yet. After the saint of all beginnings, Tao Sage, and the others, several more figures descended from the sky. They were all human prodigies. Chapter 28-26. That person was none other than the Alcade Saint. The other person had the phantom of a phoenix on her body, suppressing the primordial creatures, causing their blood to freeze. Damn it, what a strong bloodline power! How could the human race have such a bloodline? They were shocked as they looked at the figure in horror. That figure was incomparably flickering. Her body was surrounded by a terrifying light, leaving behind a faint phantom of a phoenix that circled around her. The other human martial artists also exclaimed in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess. The Jade Lake Saintess had arrived. Rumor had it that she had a mysterious bloodline, but they didn't expect it to be the Phoenix bloodline. Yes, it couldn't be done in the past, but now that the 10,000 ancient races had appeared, the Jade Lake Saintess bloodline had finally reappeared in the world. It was the incomparably terrifying Phoenix bloodline. That's right, the person who had arrived was Morong Qingcheng. Her Phoenix bloodline was fully activated at this moment, causing her strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Sister Qingcheng. On the other side, purple clouds churned. A beautiful woman rode on a purple cloud and descended quickly. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. Saint Zixia, heavenly spiritual body. She actually had a heavenly spiritual body. Among the primordial creatures, several primordial geniuses screamed. as if they had seen a ghost. The humans were also astonished. What Saint Zixia actually had a heavenly spiritual body. Heavens. The heavenly spiritual body was similar to the Tao body. It was close to heaven and earth, not weaker than the heavenly spiritual body. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Shun Jingqiu to have a terrifying heavenly spiritual body. This Lin Xian was really heaven-defying. His two little female companions actually had such terrifying physiques. Everyone naturally knew the relationship between Murong Qingchen, Shun Jingqiu, and Lin Xian. This made everyone speechless because Lin Xian himself had the 9-yang divine body, and his sword qi was terrifying. The people around him were also terrifying. That dark red snake wasn't a snake, but a dragon. The two female companions beside him both had heaven-defying physiques, and he even had a friend like Yi Wudao. It could be said that he was really strong to the peak. However, there were older generation figures who shook their heads and sighed. Things that were too hard were easy to break. Perhaps this time, this Lin Xian of Zhong, Huang was really in danger. The other holy sons, holy daughters, and sky prides fell silent. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. In the sky, the huge projections became more and more terrifying. They were like ancient demonic mountains that pressed down in all directions. Those who were weaker could not withstand it at all. Their bodies trembled, and even the saints and geniuses turned pale. Boom, boom. The terrifying dark clouds churned and tore apart as a giant head poked out. The head was larger than a mountain, and its terrifying eyes were emitting a merciless light. He stared at the human warriors below. This time around, quite a number of saints and geniuses have come. However, you bunch of trash are really unable to withstand a single blow from me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards. This palm was simply too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As it pressed down, the void collapsed completely. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements saint and 10,000 thunder saint were sent flying while vomiting blood. The freedom saint was also sent flying. It was too terrifying. These holy sons and holy daughters were originally the top sky prides of the human race. However, at this moment, they were nothing in front of the archaic royal sky prides. Humph! What a bunch of trash! The Silver Lightning Tribe, Fire Cloud Tribe, and Tiango Tribe's sky pride sneered. The human race's faces were extremely ugly. Damn it, they were too arrogant. The other party actually dared to attack their sky prides. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, the great Xia Prince Wuchen, and the others snorted coldly. Their eyes emitted a cold light, as if they were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few more terrifying lights came from the sky. Buzz! A blood-red moon appeared in the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood-red. The light emitted by the moon chilled everyone's hearts, and even their blood froze. Not good. It's another archaic royal, the human race exclaimed. They knew that it was the Blood Moon tribe, which was also an archaic royal. It seemed that the sky prides of the Blood Knight tribe had also come out. The archaic creatures trembled, and many of them even prostrated themselves on the ground. They had no choice, as they had to submit to the royal family. The blood-red moon in the sky rotated slowly, emitting a terrifying aura. One of the rays flew towards the Reverence Moon Saint. Courting death, the Reverence Moon Saint's face changed instantly, but soon he roared. He would fight even if it meant risking the honor of the Reverence Moon sect. How could he escape in front of so many human sky prides and experts? With a furious roar, he unleashed all of his power without holding back. A full moon also appeared behind her. The source of the Reverence Moon sect's power was the moon. Therefore, they cultivated the moon technique. At this moment, the full moon behind him collided with the blood-red moon. With a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. Countless large cracks appeared on the ground. Puff! The Reverend Moon Saint vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fainted. The full moon that he had unleashed was smashed to pieces. The blood-red moon was completely undamaged. The rays of light on it became even more demonic. What? He couldn't even block a single attack? The human race cultivators were terrified. The people of the Reverence Moon cult cried out in alarm and hurriedly rescued the Reverence Moon Holy Son. Everyone's face turned ugly. The Reverence Moon Saint couldn't even block a single attack from the other party. Was the gap between them that big? These people were filled with despair. There were so many of them. How many of them would die in this battle? It would be best if all of them died. All of your souls are mine. The surrounding people trembled. Such a strange voice rang in their ears, and it made their scalps go numb. Even the archaic creatures were terrified. The sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe had come. Damn it, don't kill me. They were terrified. There was no other way. The Blue Devil tribe was an archaic royal family, and they were cruel by nature. They loved to collect soul stones. Those who were targeted by them, whether they were humans, demons, or 10,000 archaic races, could not escape. It could be said that they were a terrifying god of death. TSK, a bunch of trash. A disdainful voice rang out. A blue figure appeared in the sky and confronted the blood-red moon. The other party did not emit any strange scene. He just stood there. His entire body was blue, as if he was made of blue crystal. His face was ferocious, like a demon. There was a horn on his head and a pair of blue wings on his back. In his left hand, he held a black demonic banner, and in his right hand was a trident. His body emitted a biting cold aura that could make people faint at a glance. He was the sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe. At this moment, the sky was divided into 3 parts. One part was blood red, and the blood-red moon was rotating slowly. The other part was the sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe. The last part was pitch-black clouds. A head was ferocious and let out a terrifying roar. Chapter 28-27. The 3 sky prides of the far ancient royals were chatting in the sky, but the aura they emitted shocked everyone. Was the Blood Moon clan that powerful? Take my fist. Below, Yi Wudao's body suddenly erupted with a fierce golden light, and a golden fist blasted towards the sky. You're courting death. An angry voice rang out, and the blood-colored moon in the sky spun crazily. Then it came crashing down with the force of Mao Tai. Boom! When the 2 of them collided, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. A violent storm spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. Not good. Dodge. Screams rang out. They were too close and they were about to be killed. At this moment, some of the elders of the Holy Lands took out their bejeweled weapons and worked together to form a light screen. Only then did they manage to protect everyone. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill most of the people present. They were saved. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. They wanted to see the result. Yi Wudao retracted his fist and said indifferently, the Blood Moon clan was nothing more than this. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. The blood-colored moon in the sky spun continuously, and the terrifying killing intent was getting more and more terrifying. Amitabha, he wasn't the only one who moved. Dustless also chanted Buddhist scriptures and stood up. Buddhist light bloomed from his body as he stared at the sky pride of the Blue Devil clan. Little monk, how dare you have designs on me? I'll take your soul away today. The sky pride of the Blue Devil clan laughed sinisterly. The soul-summoning banner in his hand moved quickly. Suddenly, Countless vengeful spirits appeared, and a terrifying voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb, as if their souls were about to be pierced. Buzz, the living fossil elder, took out a treasure and froze it in midair. Only then was he able to protect everyone. Dustless faced all this with a calm expression. His fingers moved quickly, and all the light energy was stuck to his fingertip. It formed a very beautiful flower. Flower pinching finger. A Buddhist grand mystique. Many people screamed. The flower pinching finger was too terrifying, and it could destroy all attacks. As expected, the attack of the Blue Devil Clan Sky Pride was destroyed by the flower pinching finger. What a strange mystique. The genius from the Blue Devil Clan also frowned. Although it was just a simple move, he could sense how terrifying his opponent was. In the blink of an eye, the two royals were glaring at Leaf de Denier, Dustless, and the others. The two of them were still fearless as they confronted each other. The atmosphere in the sky became more and more tense. The elders and experts of the human race joined forces to set up a formation that covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to protect the lives of the spectators. Otherwise, no one would dare to watch such a shocking battle. These people were all experts from the great sects of the Holy Lands. The array that they brought out was truly terrifying. It could definitely protect everyone. In the sky, the giant head of the Southern Sea crocodile god also turned. He said, "Gentlemen, give me some face today. After I kill that brat, the two of you can make your move." The Sky Pride of the Blood Moon clan nodded coldly. The Sky Pride of the Blue Devil clan also smiled. Fine, I'll give you face today, and let you fight first." Their figures swayed. They stood on the clouds and looked down. Leaf Daudenier and Dustless retracted their gazes. Dustless chanted Amitabha and retreated as well. The two of them were still fearless. No matter when the battle started, they were ready to fight. However, now wasn't the time for them to make a move. Their gazes pierced through the clouds and looked into the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian sat on the peak with his eyes closed. His hands were forming hand seals, and his robes fluttered as if he were asleep. Endless spiritual energy was inhaled and exhaled with every breath he took. What had happened earlier didn't affect his cultivation. It was as if he'd already transcended the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The Sky Pride of the Southern Sea crocodile god clan did the same. He slowly turned his giant head and stared at the mountain below. "Kid, don't you think it's too late for you to cultivate now?" Two piercing rays of light shot out of his eyes, transforming into two flying swords that pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Lin Xian. With a loud boom, the space around Lin Xian shattered rapidly. More than 10 large black holes appeared, bobbing up and down. However, Lin Xian still didn't react. He sat there as if he'd really fallen asleep. However, the mountain below him and himself weren't hurt at all. In fact, the two flying swords stopped when they were 1 meter away from him, as if they were caught by a pair of invisible hands. Ha! This scene stunned the Southern Sea crocodile god clan, and the others frowned. Buzz Lin Xian opened his eyes. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked forward. Instantly, the two flying swords turned into dust and scattered between heaven and earth. In the next moment, he stood up slowly, shook his robes, looked around, and said calmly, "I'll be cultivating every day at this time. It won't change just because you're here. All right, you can attack now." Lin Xian's voice was soft, but everyone heard it clearly. This scene shocked everyone, especially the archaic creatures. Their faces were filled with shock. He would be cultivating every day, and it wouldn't change just because an archaic paragon had arrived. This meant that Lin Xian didn't care about this battle at all. He was treating it as if nothing had happened. That's impossible. Shouldn't he be nervous and afraid? Damn it, this brat must be hiding something. The archaic creatures sneered. The humans were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian was full of confidence. Brat, stop hiding. Don't pretend to be calm. I know you're scared now, because you're facing no one else but me. I'm the paragon of the archaic royal family. There's no way you can defeat me. The Southern Sea Crocodile God Clan's voice was cold and emotionless. I know that you're Lin Xian, one of the top paragons of the human race. You have the honor of the human race on your shoulders. Therefore, you can't run. You have to fight. However, I advise you to obediently admit defeat. You'll lose your honor, and you'll still be able to keep your life. However, if you fight me, you won't even be able to keep your life. What's the use of your honor then? So, kneel down and kowtow to me. I'll spare your life. The Southern Sea Crocodile God Clan seemed to have turned into a king, controlling the life and death of others. When the archaic creatures heard this, they laughed out loud. Did you hear that? Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy. You're just an ant. How can you be a match for the archaic royal family? Chapter 28:28. Humph! A cold voice came from the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood in the sky. Beg you for mercy? You think too much. Today, I'll tell you that the human race cannot be bullied. Tit for tat. Although the two of them didn't roar crazily, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. One of them was a high and mighty royal genius who wanted to trample the human race under his feet and never make a comeback. The other was a human genius who carried the reputation and hope of the human race. The meaning and impact of the battle between the two of them was very far-reaching. Therefore, at this moment, countless pairs of eyes were watching from the sky. Even the sacred leader sects, supreme elders, and ancient powerhouses were watching. Although they weren't at the scene personally, they were watching from afar through array formations and various secret techniques. It could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. Reckless guy, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile Clan's genius. He revealed a sinister smile. There was no point in saying anything more. Let's fight. Lin Xian's body also emitted a biting cold light. The 9-yang divine body burned like the sun. Boom, 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 boom. Buzz. In the sky, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile Clan finally couldn't help but attack. He stretched out a palm. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a giant spirit god. It carried a terrifying energy that pierced through heaven and earth and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold as he stood in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an eternal being. The sword chi on his body also rushed out quickly. Rays of sword light shot into the sky. Clang, 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 clang. The shock wave alone shattered the clouds in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword chi were blasted away and scattered in all directions. However, the giant spirit's palm was also blocked in midair and couldn't descend any further. This scene caused everyone to cry out in surprise. They were evenly matched. The human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient creatures' faces were gloomy. Damn it, he can actually fight against a royal genius. How is this possible? Brat, you have some ability. You were actually able to block my palm. However, it's a pity that I didn't use all of my strength in that palm strike. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile sneered. Is that so? No need to laugh. In a moment, you will discover that even if you use all your strength, you still won't be able to shake me in the slightest. Lin Xian's voice was steady, but the sword light on his body had become even more piercingly cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword was also pulled out by him. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, as if a huge dragon had been awakened. "You're courting death." The other party's arrogant attitude had truly angered him. The Southern Sea godly crocodile roared, and struck out with his palm again. This time, the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. It was as if a demonic god had gone mad. Heaven and earth shattered, experiencing a great destruction. Fortunately, the surroundings were still enveloped by the formation. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would have long sunk the mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles. As for the warriors below, other than those at the very top, the rest would be killed. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared, and executed the Yin Yang 8 steps. Along with the terrifying ancient sword, he charged forward. Sword after sword split the heavens and earth, colliding with the huge palms and exploding with unparalleled power. The two of them exchanged blows, quickly shaking the heavens and the earth. In the sky, the huge body rotated, and every strike could kill an elite. Even the unrivaled kings didn't dare to get close. However, Lin Xian was able to deal with it calmly. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Very few people were able to capture his movements. The others couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see huge cracks appearing one after another. The Southern Sea godly crocodile roared crazily. In an instant, thousands of attacks had landed on his body. Every attack landed on his body, causing his blood to churn and his bones to tremble. Damn it! With a roar, the dark clouds in the sky churned. His huge body shrunk rapidly and finally became a human figure. He had a human crocodile head and looked extremely ferocious. In his hands, he held 2 huge axes. As he waved them around, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's body swayed and retreated a few thousand miles away. He sneered, "Aren't you the Southern Sea godly crocodile? Why did you transform into a human? Didn't you look down on us humans? Why? Don't you have confidence in your own body? If that's the case, you can submit to the human race in the future. I can teach you a few skills." Damn it! The Southern Sea godly crocodile was about to go crazy. Smoke was coming out of his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Previously, his body was too big, and his opponent's speed was too fast. Especially those sword chi. They directly broke through his pressure and charged towards him. The blood in his body was churning, and his bones were about to break. That was why he shrunk his body and transformed into a human. That way, no matter how fast his opponent was, he might not be able to hurt him. However, his opponent took advantage of that and mocked him. He couldn't refute that. That was because he was indeed in his human form. Therefore, he could only rush over with bloodshot eyes and 2 giant axes in his hands. The axes fell, splitting the sky and earth. The sky was filled with axe shadows, making one feel despair. At the same time, his terrifying crocodile head opened from time to time and spat out balls of energy storms. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his long sword to fight back. The axe shadows that filled the sky were all destroyed by the sword light, and the energy storms were blown away by his punch. "Show me your ultimate move. This attack can't threaten me," Lin Xian said coldly as he swung his sword again and knocked back his opponent's axes. The Southern Sea godly crocodile snorted. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He knew that it was time to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything to his opponent. Everyone held their breaths. The immemorial creatures were also shocked. In the sky, the prodigies of the Blood Knight clan and the Blue Demon clan also had solemn expressions. To think that this Lin Xian of the human race would be this formidable. However, they didn't care. From the looks of it, the Southern Sea crocodile god hadn't used his full strength yet. When he used his ultimate move, Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Buzz. As the Southern Sea crocodile god's aura exploded, the void behind him cracked open, forming a terrifying crack. It connected the 9 heavens and the earth, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Whoosh! Endless light spewed out from that crack. Then a blurry figure walked out of the crack, as if it had traveled through time. It was emitting an aura, the shadow of the crocodile ancestor. It was the shadow of the crocodile ancestor. Many archaic creatures screamed. Even the 2 prodigies, Blood Moon and Blue Devil, were stunned. Chapter 28-29. It seemed like the Southern Sea divine crocodile was truly enraged. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. Shuiyu sneered. Lan Mo revealed a sinister smile as well. If he dies, his soul will be mine. The 2 of them sneered because they believed that Lin Xian was no match for the Southern Sea divine crocodile. The people of the human race were astonished. The aura of that figure was simply too terrifying. It was even scarier than the Southern Sea divine crocodile himself. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! The power of the Southern Sea divine crocodile's bloodline was too strong. What he summoned was an ancestral awakening phantom. Lin Xian frowned as well. It wasn't his first time seeing an ancestral awakening phantom. The last time he saw it, it was the War Tribe's prodigy who summoned the War Tribe's old ancestor. But this time, the ancestral awakening phantom summoned by the Southern Sea divine crocodile was even more terrifying. It seemed like the ancestral awakening phantom had something to do with the power of one's bloodline and one's own strength. His guess was right. The stronger one's bloodline power was, the stronger one's cultivation would be, and the more powerful the atavistic shadow would be. Kid, go to hell. After summoning the ancestral awakening phantom, the Southern Sea divine crocodile revealed a sinister smile as he swung his axe down. The ancestral awakening phantom behind him did the same. Boom. With the support of the ancestral awakening phantom, the power of the axe was terrifying. It could split heaven and earth, and its power was much stronger than before. The entire place was shrouded in a layer of terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble. Even those pillars began to tremble violently. Heavens, what was this thing? How could it be so terrifying? Damn it, this guy was too terrifying. Was this the strength of a royal prodigy? He had hidden so much of his strength before this. Was Lin Xian in danger? When the axe fell, the people below cried out in surprise. They felt that the axe was simply too powerful. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand it, and the older generation figures couldn't take it either. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, dustless, and the others had serious expressions. Ancestral awakening phantom? Let's see if your shadow is stronger or my dragon shadow is stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Boom. He directly summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon shadow appeared in front of him, circling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. Even the huge axe in the sky had stopped moving, as if it had entered a quagmire. Its speed was terrifyingly slow. Damn it, what is this thing? As of this moment, the faces of Leaf Daudenier, Sage Sun Alcade, Dustless, the Blood Moon clan, the Blue Devil clan, and the Heavenly Sect all flickered. This was especially true for the ancient creature. It was so terrified that it couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, hold it in. These people roared crazily, but they realized that they couldn't control their bodies. Even their souls were being suppressed. The blood moon in the celestial palace quickly bloomed with light, wanting to crush everything. The prodigy of the Blue Devil clan also had a serious expression on his face. Mysterious runes appeared on his body, one after another. They were also resisting this force. Damn it, that's a dragon. Their faces turned ugly. They didn't expect the other party to have such means. On the other side, the Southern Sea crocodile god's expression also changed. He felt a great sense of danger from the dragon's shadow, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, this kid also has bloodline power, and it's related to dragons. How is this possible? He was too shocked. Dragons were the royal family. They were even more terrifying. However, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons, only some dragons were related to dragons. How could this human in front of him be related to dragons? He really couldn't understand. Buzz. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out, causing the entire sky to tremble. The ground was directly pierced through. The mountains trembled, the sun and moon lost their light, and even the arrays dimmed, as if they would shatter at any moment. Damn it, get lost! The Southern Sea crocodile god roared, and the giant axe in his hand fell again, turning into mountains that fell from the sky. Boom! The two's attack was earth-shattering. Even with the protection of the array, many people vomited blood and were sent flying. There was nothing they could do. These two were too terrifying. After the attack, the two of them retreated. However, it was obvious that the Southern Sea crocodile god retreated further. His arm was numb, and the giant axe in his hand almost fell out of his hand. This made it difficult for him to be confident. Could it be that the other party's strength was stronger than his? Damn it, I don't believe it. True Tai water. Go to hell, he roared, and the sky above his head spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex. Then there was a rumbling sound, and terrifying black seawater fell from the sky, covering the entire sky. It whistled and swept toward Lin Xian. A drop of true Tai water could crush the void. At this moment, the true Tai water had turned into an ocean, and its power was incomparably terrifying. Even the expressions of the older generation changed. Damn it, strengthen the array. They attacked crazily. Fortunately, there were enough human powerhouses this time, and they brought enough treasures. That was why the array could withstand it. Otherwise, if the true Tai water fell, everything within 1,000,000 miles would be reduced to nothingness. Blazing sun. Lin Xian stood in the void, activating the 9-yang divine constitution to the extreme. Balls of 9-yang divine fire danced on his body. At this moment, he was like the sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was so dazzling that those people could not open their eyes. Some people even wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes bled, and they screamed on the ground. The sun-like divine fire shone in all directions, spreading in all directions. It collided with the true Tai water, and there was an intense sound of fighting. Suddenly, white smoke rose between heaven and earth. The 9-yang divine constitution was the most masculine body. Lin Xian had cultivated it using all kinds of natural treasures and terrifying methods. Although he had only reached the 2nd level, its power was still terrifying. The 9-yang divine fire that he carried was truly terrifying. Even the true Tai water could not break it. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky, and it looked like the end of the world. Outside was endless black seawater that shook heaven and earth. Inside, there was a terrifying divine fire that directly enveloped Lin Xian. It made it impossible for the true Tai water to get close. Those that got close were all evaporated into white vapor, turning into clouds that drifted between heaven and earth. True Tai water? It was only Ezo. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He used the yin-yang 8 steps and charged forward. His body was covered in the 9-yang divine fire, and he slashed forward. coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.